completely aligned on the issue of anti-Semitism, whereas a lot of those people that are going in there in the Hassan train are not going to be aligned with him at all on the issue of anti-Semitism. This is the rise and fall of toxic communities. But is he pushing progressive fans away, or is he spreading his bad takes? No, I think he is pushing his own progressive fans away. That's exactly it. You are being fed, both of you. Yeah, the difference, however, is that my perspective on any of these matters has not changed. Some people in my fan base might have a different opinion now and therefore think like, oh, you used to be different and now you say this, but like I've been very consistent on the issue of anti-Semitism, on the issue of Israel and Palestine, on the issue of Zionism. I have been incredibly consistent. I don't agree at all. How can he be aligned if he seems to misunderstand what anti-Semitism means or actually is? No, I'm saying him and I are in alignment in terms of anti-Semitism. Like actual anti-Semitism happening is completely unacceptable. There is no room for that. And I agree if that was what he was saying. You allow it in your community? No, I don't. No, I don't. I never have. And I never will. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable, as are all other forms of bigotry. There's a difference between anti-Semitism and people coming to the assumption on their own volition that Ethan might be defending Israel a little bit and therefore might have some Zionist opinions because of the past 12 months of an ongoing genocide and his coverage on the matter, centering himself as he looks to ban prominent pro-Palestinian voices off the platform with ridiculous smears that they are being anti-Semitic. That's it. Hey, just wondering, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? No bad blood here, just wondering. And if people think that it shouldn't, is that anti-Semitic? First of all, in terms of like countries existing, America, Ireland, Canada, England, Germany, no country has like this blanket right to exist. I don't know what this means. Israel exists within the confines of Zionism. Israel only exists in reality as an apartheid state. So no, Israel cannot exist as an apartheid state. This does not mean that every single Jewish person that lives there has to be forcibly expelled, because that would be cruel. That would be violent. That would be, ironically, what Israel did to the Palestinians in its inception of its nation state in an act called the Nakba in 1948. Israel cannot exist as an ethno-nationalist state that occupies territory that dominates millions, tens of millions of Palestinians every day. Yeah, the expulsion of Israelis is why I support a one-state solution, or the expulsion of like directly settlers in the West Bank is why I support a one-state solution. It's not going to happen, and it would be cruel and unusual punishment. Why is it cruel, Hassan? They never cared when they did it to us Palestinians. Okay, examine that thought a little bit, and you will understand. You must never allow yourself to become like your oppressors. That's the whole point. Yeah, how the do you think Zionism as a political project got to this point? Ta-Nehisi said it best. Nations aren't given as a right. They're taken by force. They are maintained through force. Exactly. Anyway, the idea that I'm like anti-Semitic or allow anti-Semitism to exist in this community is literally no different than people saying I'm homophobic. It's no different than people saying that I'm anti-black, okay? There are hours and hours and hours of commentary dedicated to this, tens of thousands of hours of commentary dedicated to all of these issues over the course of many, many years. Chatter put some effort and corrected this. Oh, wow. This is like a massive effort post. Holy respect. Just a quick reference point to what Hassan actually believes versus the lies. 1, Hassan enables anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. No. Come on. Anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement. It has never had a space in the leftist movement. The leftist movement is first and foremost comprised of revolutionary Jews to begin with, okay? It was literally attacked as a Jewish plot, as a Jewish conspiracy. That's what the Nazis said. That's why the first people they threw in the concentration camps were socialists. It is a very dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. It all sometimes feels like, especially for Christian Zionists, okay, that they have no fear in Nazis whatsoever. I know that the Jewish ultra-Zionists still understandably fear Nazis, neo-Nazis and fascists, but I am afraid of this wave of propaganda turning people's opinions and dropping them from being understandably fearful of the statistical probability that if they do withstand some kind of anti-Semitic action, it will be in the hands of a a neo-Nazi rather than a Muslim person, okay? But the other side of this also is very frustrating. The chatter said, what about anti-Islam? What about Islamophobia and actions such as Islamophobic actions? We do not have a good enough mechanism, unfortunately, in the United States of America, which has in the past 3 decades made Muslims globally their major enemies in an effort to justify their blood and soil propaganda and imperialist actions in the Middle East. So there is no mechanism to truly figure out exactly what level of anti-Islamophobia or what level of Islamophobia exists in society right now. That's crazy. I guess I precogged all this. That's why it's so funny when people say, Hassan, why don't you respond to this? Why don't you respond to that? What the fuck am I supposed to do? I responded to it months before it became an issue for you, I guess. That's why I always laugh when people say, Hassan, your opinions have changed. No, they haven't. Hassan denies rapes happened on October 7th. Hassan laughed at Kamala bringing up October 7 rapes. No, he doesn't. Play something. Sexual assaults are a routine part of atrocities during war. It can happen, and it has happened time and time again. Which is why there's a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. The New York Times, the narrative of systematic rapes that were conducted by Hamas on October 7th. The New York Times has absolutely made up their minds ahead of time before the story ever published and refused to do their journalistic due diligence. They do engage in State Department propaganda notoriously and historically. This is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Because on October 7th, it wasn't just the Palestinian brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also, once the barrier into Israel was broken, there was also criminal elements that broke through said barrier. But as far as we saw, given how much of what happened on October 7th was filmed, including the actual real atrocities of Palestinian forces executing civilians, shooting at porta potties and the like during the Nova Festival and many other circumstances, the likelihood that there wasn't first-hand accounts on rampant sexual assault in the way that the original coverage entailed that didn't meet the muster like the normal standard of the New York Times reporting. There are some reasons for it, because this was, for all intents and purposes, as far as the Palestinian resistance goes, a operation that was, in their own words, much more successful than they had predicted. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance overall, and that once the dam broke, there was a ton more violence than a quick in and out operation where they would be able to capture some prisoners of war as hostages in an effort to bargain. So there's that. Hassan is doing bigotry of low expectations. Hassan expects nothing from this kid, Yemeni genocide survivor, no decency, no quality. Consistent on reactionaries, okay? Because no one is born a reactionary. No one is born a conservative. But let's say someone that is conservative here, if they automatically teleported and adjusted to the material conditions of like conservatism in Iran, they would be no different than the mullahs. And that's my opinion. Like, and not only that, but in terms of the Yemeni kid, like, I went into that interview, and I've repeated myself quite a bit, right? I went into that interview assuming that there's a likelihood that he might be Houthi, okay? A Houthi rebel, a Houthi pirate. Aside from the memes and whatnot, that was my overarching assumption. There is a likelihood that this person, because at the time, we had seen him like going towards the ship and whatnot on a dinghy. I did not know that it was a tourist destination in Yemen, basically, that you can go to and take photos of or whatever. Having said that, however, in the interview, I wanted to first and foremost humanize him, okay, and make him feel comfortable despite the communications barrier that we had, the language barrier that we had. And beyond that, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the background of a person who has experienced only genocide, who has grown up under genocide. That is real. You might not know about this. You might not know about the famine in Yemen. You might not know about like American-backed actions of Saudi Arabia in Yemen, UAE in Yemen, but it still doesn't matter. Like, that is a real thing that occurred. Having said that, in that conversation and in many conversations since then, where this person has given interviews to Sky News, for example, he has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi, that he is simply Yemeni. As far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like you can ask it pretty directly. راشد حسن بدي يسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Like he is simply a person from Yemen, a kid from Yemen, a social media influencer. If he was a Houthi rebel, for the record, if he was a Houthi rebel, I still see value in interviewing that person. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, there's this 19-year-old who has a gun in Yemen, the second highest gun ownership per capita country on the planet after the United States of America, is automatically a Houthi terrorist who is deeply invested in the actions of the Ansar Allah movement because people are screaming about it. All right, and I know that the major anger and resentment coming from a lot of people is like, oh, you asked him about whether he watches anime or not. Of course, like I said, my job first and foremost was to understand this person's development, okay, how he got to this position that he is in. Having said that, there are some other points. No, Hassan supports Russia. No, he doesn't. He also raised 200K for Ukraine, which, by the way, Vladimir Putin is bad. Look at the sign. Actually, sorry, I forgot we elevated that to Vladimir Putin is very bad. From bad to very bad. Look at the sign. Then you have to go to war. You have to go do dance-offs on TikTok with Russia. Hassan and his community are fundraising for Ukraine Crisis Fund, $200,000 so far. Here's the Russian military ad. According to Russia, they don't know who the you are, but they don't seem to like me a lot. Meanwhile, turns out, according to Russia, they don't know who the you are, but seems like they don't like me a lot. Yeah, I got dunked on by the Russian government. That was cool. Hassan defends Chinese colonialism openly. He's pro-genocide in Tibet. Not even debatable. He said it himself. He said their culture was inferior and that China did them a favor by taking them over. That's genocide. No, he doesn't. Tibet was a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed autonomous state. Guardian, 98% of the population was enslaved. Way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government. That comparison is very frustrating for a lot of people because they were like, how dare you say that? Yeah, it's not even an apt comparison because the Mao's groups would not have any kind of, would have no motion whatsoever if it wasn't for Tibetans themselves that had a anti-feudal uprising. What is this? This is from The Guardian. Until 1959, when trying to crack down on Tibetan rebels, it's just like, I don't think that like Tibetan culture is barbaric or anything like that, okay? It's the Tibetans themselves that rose up against feudal slavery. The only place we deviate is that I don't think we should displace 8 million Jews that were born there. Hassan agrees. Why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer. So, not only do I agree with that no displacement of Jews that live there, I have had this conversation directly with Ethan. So I don't know what the he's talking about in terms of like, in terms of his belief that I think like, I believe that we should displace all of the people that live there. We had this conversation directly. Here it is. There already is a one state. Like, the way I see it, the actual legitimate reason as to why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer is because there is a one state, right? And that one state is an apartheid state. It's a constant Israeli occupation in the West Bank and constant control over Gaza as well, which has been a demonstrable failure for Israeli security, obviously. You and I agree on that. But my solution basically, when I say I want a one state, is first and foremost a moral one, because I do want the end to the apartheid so that Palestinians can have, recognition, they can continue a life of dignity, have autonomy, and participate in a secular democratic process. But the alternative is, the way I see it is like, is it a one state that is an apartheid, or is it a one state that doesn't have an apartheid? And
you're saying it could still be the state of Israel.
I don't care what it's called. I have no interest in discussing that. I care more about like human beings that live there.
I guess, it's like
I have said time and time again that I think it would be unimaginable cruelty to displace hundreds of thousands of people living in the West Bank, okay? That it is completely, it's just not going to happen. Like, not only will it never happen, but also on top of that, it would be cruel. And that is precisely the reason why I believe that Israel has made it inevitable that there can only be a one state if there is a just solution to all of this. Admission to slander for a year, Islam was constantly elevating people that want me to die and running defense for people that... Wait, what is this? Ease admission to slander?
And that's why for a year. It was just constant, like, elevating people that want me to die and running defense for people that hate me.
Yeah, that's also completely untrue. For a year, Hassan was constantly elevating people that hate me. Hassan has always defended T. I think you're a good person. Just understand that people don't know the empathy that you have and simply see similar talking points that they've heard from others that don't demonstrate that same empathy.
That's all I do.
I know, I never said that.
Clearly, that's
I don't, Ethan, I've never said any of those things against you, and I don't believe that. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter on this front. And,
You've done that, and I understand, bro. I understand. I understand. I've listened to you. I agree.
I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. I think this is like, I mean, it sucks, and I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way. I'm sorry that my he's pretending that he has nothing to do with this. Ridiculous. He pulled the sub up on stream. I don't know why he's embarrassed about the association with Destiny. Like, I actually don't get it. It's not like we've seen it. I know where these talking points are coming from. Like, you know, I know where these clips out of context are coming from. And it's like, my position on this has not changed, which is ironic because people at the time did not comprehend this. Like, people at the time were thinking like, oh, he's saying he has no control. He has no control over his own community. Hassan has no control over his community. That's not what I was saying at all. There's only so much I can do, but I cannot mind control people into assuming that you are pro-Palestinian when you are using similar talking points to those who are, you know, pro-Israel. I think people know that community is unhinged and obsessed, so Ethan knows it discredits his narrative. So yeah, I think like this does a pretty good job showcasing what the narrative is. You said this exact quote. I know it's weird that I repeat myself so much and have to do it time and time again. It's because he called ex-podcast buddy R-word several times, so it's pathetic for him to capitulate that openly. Yeah, aren't there logs of Destiny time and time again saying like Ethan is R-worded over and over again? He's like pathetic and all this shit, and until it basically this was a good vehicle to unload the frustrations that you feel. I remember people at the time being mad at you in bad faith, obviously, for being nice to people you know personally. You saw the same critique come up recently too. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the point is, you've always been courteous and have never done anything that could possibly be construed as leading your followers to harass anyone. Yours. Even this clip itself says, please be nice in the comments and do not harass Ethan. Hassan and Ethan are friends, be respectful. It's just strange that like this level of serialized, systematized, open cyber stalking and mass harassment campaigns is so normal, and there's like not really anything you can do. But yeah, I have to obviously still address some of this slander, you know? What is this? We've seen such a weird progression of Twitter wokeness to where now a plainly reactionary community like Destiny's can employ tools of shaming and canceling while still using slurs in the very same tweet that they do with. It's crazy that Hassan will shit all over me and call me a racist for using the N-word in quotes while doing a podcast with this guy, Lamau. Not trying to defend H3 by any means. It's just surreal how the previous generations of people calling cracker a slur would have rallied around H3 for using slurs in that clip, but have now found a way to have their cake and eat it. Appear progressive while reactionary. Yeah, that's from, you know, all the way back in 2021. I know you know what everyone knows, but this was hilarious. Imagine lying to your audience so comfortably. What is this?
Pretty severe, the way that he draws everything back to Destiny. I don't know him. I've never talked about him on the channel.
Because Destiny's been getting like mega canceled by every conservative for saying he doesn't give a about the guy who died, which is whatever. You know, here's the one where he actually had a debate with Destiny. I mean, guys, the boss, Destiny, and Hassan, and they all hate each other. They're all social, or no, Destiny's not social, but they're all like him.
Like, I know he knows who he is, dog. What the f do you mean? Like, of course I know who. I know he knows who Destiny is. What are you talking about? He knows the subreddit was being brigaded at the time, too. It's not necessarily that, like, he knows who he is. it's more so what my point is not that he knows who he is and he's lying about it. That everybody knows that. It's not that. My point is he's getting his compilation of clips, I don't think from his own production staff, to do like this clipped out of context, like Hassan is extremist, loves Russia, loves China. I think he's getting it directly from Destiny's community, which is odd. Yeah, he's scouring that subreddit to find Oppo on you. It's clear. It's like if I went to H3 Snark, which I talked about yesterday, I was like, it's not normal to follow someone that much, especially if you hate them. But like, it would literally be if I did a H3 Snark subreddit review where I compiled all the things that H3 Snark put together, and then I was like, well, these are my valid criticisms against Ethan, and then be like, he's too afraid to address them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I saw this. Here, this is, yeah, I saw this. Ethan Klein scrolling Destiny subreddit for anti-Hassan talking points. Once again, how do you arrive at a Hamasabi, unlisted Hamasabi clip? A clip titled Hamasabi that is unlisted. Most people do not have the time to watch an entire stream or to fully comprehend what my worldview is, and therefore they just often make up their own mind. They see like a bunch of people being like, this guy sucks, and then they go, okay, maybe this guy sucks. I don't even fault them for it. I don't even care necessarily. If they also did not dramatically change their worldview and start advocating for like white people being able to say the N-word or whatever the you know, it wouldn't matter to me as much. Like if someone is pro-Palestine unconditionally, but they have issues with me in general, I think that anger is most likely misguided and misplaced, but it doesn't matter. There was also another post on this on my subreddit specifically about how I had consistently defended Ethan throughout the entire process for the past year, saying that all things that I have heard from him directly, all things that I have seen from him directly contradict like him being this Israel defender. Having said that, however, of course, I have also tried to communicate to Ethan that like, while I know that you are not a defender of Israel, people are not going to know what's in your heart and what's in your mind, and they only respond to what you are putting out there. So if 12 months of genocide and your output is specifically about like people calling you a Zionist over and over again, including but not limited to many different moments where, you know, people would come in here and be like, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, who self-immolated. He did this, he did that. He like, you know, kept repeating certain talking points over and over again. And it's like, all of that is going to obviously cause people to assume that you are more invested in one side of this conversation. Even in that conversation that we had months ago, that last conversation that we had in person, when he made a comparison about JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, saying that there were capos as well in the Nazi regime that collaborated with the Nazi regime, that like, I tried to explain to him that like, I don't think you mean this, and yet people will hear that. People will hear that and assume that that's what you mean. Of course, people are going to assume that that's what you are saying. That's what I meant at the time when I tried to explain, like, there's only so much I can do in terms of like stopping the flow of criticism coming your way when you present yourself a certain way to the broader audience, and you don't actually show the audience like what the full scale of your framework is. The moral of the whole story is what you said. If you repeat what Zionists say, you can't stop people from thinking you're a Zionist. Exactly. Here, this is the other effort pose. Timestamp breakdown. Hassan defends Ethan on September 13th, 2024. Ethan took a clip from this stream out of context on his show, so I figured it would be a good idea to add context by breaking down the stream with timestamps. Impossible to argue that Hassan is doing anything but standing up for Ethan and telling off his chat in the stream, regardless of what Ethan's unhinged, untrue rant calling for his friend to be banned on Twitch will have you think. Ethan turning off comments on the video when fans disagree with him in the comments is insane. I think a lot of people fail to consider that when I choose not to show certain things coming from Ethan's side, it is not because I'm fearful of the brilliant points that he's making. It's more so that it's disappointing, it's sad to see, and beyond that, it's more so to, in some ways, not present him in the worst possible light that he is desperately presenting himself as. Hassan begins reacting to the video why the Leftovers podcast ended. Hassan talks about why he never talks about Ethan, why Leftovers ended because parasocialism and him not being at odds with Ethan on Israel-Palestine. Hassan says he doesn't care that Ethan calls him out because he knows Ethan's heart is in the right place about Israel-Palestine, regardless of how he treats Hassan's community and mods. Hassan defends Ethan, telling off his chat and saying that Ethan will never become MAGA. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent and completely unacceptable. I have never allowed it. It is my red line. Hassan says when he looks back at Leftovers, he's happy that it happened. Hassan supports enjoying Ethan's content, even when people disagree. Stark tone difference from Ethan saying Hassan should be banned on Twitch because of how Hassan's content makes him feel, don't you think? Hassan says that he got the feeling that Ethan thought Hassan was trying to turn the H3 community against Ethan, when Hassan was instead offering him more charitability and banning chatters who came into the stream to talk Ethan/cause drama. Hassan defends Ethan's character, even when Ethan gets too passionate and flies off the rails, because ultimately Hassan thinks Ethan's heart is in the right place. Hassan says Ethan is 90% of the way on the correct stance on Israel-Palestine. Hassan says, please point to anti-Semites in the chat so we can ban them. Says anti-Semitism is banned in his community. Of course, because it always has been. Hassan tells off a chatter for condemning Ethan instead of commending Ethan for having the correct take in 2021. Hassan tells chat to shut the fuck up, and he hates that they don't care about his well thought out opinion, and hates how they call Ethan a Nazi and why he hates covering drama with Ethan. And he knows that people will spin his opinion to prove his community is anti-Semitic. Hassan goes off on chat again, calling them crazy and telling them they can't be normal, saying that it's not Destiny chatters cosplaying, but rather people who say he is not sufficiently leftist. If I ever catch someone talking maliciously about Gila, I will ban you. You are an unhinged psycho. Permanently bans chatter talking bad about Ethan. Hassan correctly predicts a reasonable take on the issue will not get clipped, but instead an out of context take will be clipped by Boner Chelly's community, which Ethan did use, by the way. Not only did he go directly to the fucking subreddit, but he also straight up used a clip titled Hamas Abi. How can I view that in any framework but pure, unadulterated, unregulated Islamophobia? An unlisted clip titled Hamas Abi. Like, that's insane, man. That's insane. That's actually insane. That is not good faith at all. There is no way for me to actually look at that and treat that with like kindness and charitability beyond what I've done. I think the most charitable thing that I can do is refuse to talk about it. Hassan identifies someone posting in the HU subreddit as a D fan. Let's have Stalker, who's been clipping him for 5 years. Frogan clip from Ethan's podcast. Hassan correctly predicts that all that will come out of the situation is drama that turns into drama content and says that his audience is annoying and don't listen to him. Hassan correctly predicts that random chatters' unnecessary chirping messages will be twisted against them. Ethan showed them on stream today. Hassan rage quits on chat, explaining how their acting is why Leftovers ended, asking his chat to focus on what matters and will advance the cause of a free Palestine. Just felt this VOD/response from Hassan deserves a voice because Ethan didn't mention that Hassan defends him and tells off his chat about it. This is from September 13th, 2024. If you look back at the early stages of the saga and the drama, you will recognize that I had time and time again done more than this, okay? More than this. Is there any chance that all he sees is and gives you charitability? Oh, I want it for him. I don't know, maybe. Why do this? He's just going to misconstrue your points like last night. It's okay, because there's 38,000 people in here, and not every single person in here is totally primed and totally tuned into this shit. So it deserves some level of recognition for those who are in here who are like, I don't really understand. I thought you were a cool guy, but now I'm thinking that you're a, pro-Islamist fundamentalist terrorist, dude. Like, what the from the International Criminal Court for war criminals, Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu, and War Criminal Defense Minister of Israel Yoav Gallant have officially been filed. They are now officially war criminals who will not be able to go to any of the ICC countries under the Rome Statute without fear of being arrested, only to be put on trial at The Hague. That's right, for once, these institutions, these international institutions of justice, for once, have shown resilience, have shown a backbone, a moral backbone, and done the right thing. Lock them up! Lock them up!
We interrupt our programming on Al Jazeera to bring you some breaking news. And the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for alleged war crimes in the Gaza Strip. It's also issued warrants for Hamas leader Mohammed Diab.
Really dumb American, but why the fuck isn't the U.S. a part of the ICC? What do you mean, dog? International organs of justice and the United Nations are simple tools of American hegemonic power, or at least historically, they have been used as tools for the West to enact whatever its agenda is. Unequal extraction of natural resources from the global South, permanent war against America's enemies or against enemies of the West. But today is a different day as America's power on the global stage wanes. Many Americans are terrified of the prospect of a Chinese future. But in the interim period, given Israel's unconscionable actions, given the Israeli government's inhumanity and consistent violence, unending violence, regardless of America's protection, America's attack dog gets at least one mark on its track record, on its otherwise stainless history. These institutions do not work against America or its allies. This is the first ever instance in my lifetime where I have seen this, okay? This is fantastic. Not just in your lifetime, it's the first time since World War II it's been used against a Western nation. And I mean, that's when it was created. Feeling this tweet right now, yeah. Firm believer in international rule-based order right now until Biden nukes The Hague. Western nation in the center of the Middle East. Brother, if you think Israel is not simply an extension of the United States of America and its imperial ambitions in the region, I don't know what to tell you. You might have been in a coma over the past year. Israel is America. Israel is not just any Western nation. It is America. It is an extension of the United States of America. America says jump, Israel says how high, which is precisely the reason why all this Biden is so powerless in the face of Benjamin Netanyahu. Conversations were so goddamn frustrating for me because, yes, that's what it looked like, and Bibi was dog-walking him, for sure, and taking advantage of his senility and his also rabid Zionism. Having said that, however, ultimately, this was still a part of America's imperial ambition, and I think they overstepped. This is why I said Palestine and Israel's genocide over Palestinians has laid bare for all to see the Western world's depravity, okay? Straight up, things are changing. The entire world is witnessing a, in my opinion, very consequential change in the way things have worked so far. Is the arrest warrant released after the SAKs at the ICJ? No. The International Court of Justice prosecutes nations. The International Criminal Court prosecutes people. So the ICC prosecution is for individuals that happen to be in charge of nations doing a genocide. And for the record, a lot of people say, Hassan, you say America bad, but why do you always say America bad, but you never follow it up? Well, those people go, la, 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 I can't hear you when I follow it up. You must understand something very important right now. It is not an accident that every single senator and every single congressperson in the United States of America, with the exception of like a handful, are currently tweeting like they're Sephiroth. They're all out there tweeting like anime villains. They're baying for blood. They're seeing red. They're like, we have to nuke The Hague, down to the wire, down to the likes of Thomas Cotton. The ICC is a kangaroo court, and Kareem Khan is a deranged fanatic. Woe to him and anyone who tries to enforce these outlaw warrants. Let me give them all a friendly reminder. The American law on the ICC is known as the Hague Invasion Act for a reason. Think about it. Woo, they're cackling all right. Woo. The U.S. rejected the warrant. We knew that they were going to reject the warrant. They have been actively pressuring the ICC's warrant application to not go through until this very moment. So that is not surprising to me, nor is it shocking to me. America can say whatever the fuck it wants. They will cope and they will see. EU Secretary of State. Oh God, I'm so hard right now. I'm not even hard. I'm just elated. Okay. You, if you defend Israel, okay, suck my dick. So good. Oh, I feel so good. We're playing propaganda again? Yes. This is a very famous pro-Palestinian song, so of course it's inherently going to be considered anti-Semitic because the existence of Palestine and the existence of Palestinians and any sort of mention of Palestine or Palestinians is inherently anti-Semitic according to those who choose to silence any sort of criticism. So do they also disagree with the decision to issue warrants against Hamas leaders? No, that part also is like so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things because that part is expected. The unexpected part is that someone that is firmly within the American sphere of influence, but not necessarily just in the American sphere of influence, but also protected by the American government so thoroughly, could ever be declared a war criminal. This is unique. This is new. This is a welcome correction corruption. Oh my God. Also, most of the Palestinian leadership that they declared war criminals for October 7 have been assassinated by Israel regardless. So this is exactly what I thought as well. State Department press briefing canceled for today. Oh no. Oh no. Please do not laugh at this. State departments only do this when they are in great distress. Okay, citizens arrest time, baby. Citizens arrest time, baby. Something I noticed in my EU country suburbs suddenly seemed to be much more pro-Palestine after this war. Just a week ago, it was people who were pro-Israel. Yeah, a lot of liberals do care about these institutions. They have not had the same cynical framework that I have been operating with, because I wasn't just cynical, I was just realistic about the way things work, right? They do care about that sort of thing, so it'll be much harder for them, I think, to defend this. Yeah, look at that. Look at the retaliation. Award-winning investigative journalists fighting for the truth. ICC judges, we know that in reality we don't have jurisdiction, but let's try and arrest the Jews anyway. The ICC's a anti-Semitic kangaroo court. No, they want to arrest us for doing a bit of war crimes. Israeli Prime Minister also called it a anti-Semitic. The anti-Semitic decision of the International Criminal Court is a modern Dreyfus trial and will end the same way. Israel utterly rejects the false and absurd charges of the International Criminal Court, a biased and discriminatory political body. No war is more just than the war Israel has been waging in Gaza since October 7, 2023, when Hamas terrorist organization launched a murderous assault and perpetrated the largest massacre against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. The decision to issue an arrest warrant against the Prime Minister was made by a corrupt chief prosecutor who was trying to save himself from sexual harassment. See? This is what I mean. Bro, immediately they were like, what can we do here? What can we do about Kareem Khan? Oh, he's a sexual assaulter, actually. And it was funny because, like, even Western media that normally would, jump to cover these sorts of things because they love this sort of we're like, yeah, well, we want to take the allegations seriously. The timing of them were quite interesting. It could be potentially made up by Israel. Come on, dude. He said, calling us war criminals for doing a genocide is anti-Semitic. Also, you're a sexual harasser. The ICC prosecutor lied when he told American senators that he would take no action until he had visited Israel and heard its side. Instead, he canceled his arrival in Israel last May, several days after suspicions of sexual harassment were made against him, and announced his intention to issue arrest warrants against Prime Minister and former defense minister. No anti-Israel decision will prevent the state of Israel from defending its citizens. Notice how he's mentioning sexual harassment twice now. I think the sexual assault allegations are actually credible, but it's obviously irrelevant as to whether Netanyahu's guilty. Look, man, all I'm going to say is this, okay? It has no bearing on Kareem Khan's prosecution of Israel, okay? The state that literally was like, oh, we might actually get in trouble. Let's use complementarity to our advantage and prosecute some of the people that were doing mass rapes in the prisons. And then they couldn't even do that because they had an armed January 6th style rebellion where they forcibly freed the rapist and made him a television star. The Israeli Knesset members turned around and were like talking about how, you don't understand actually. The IDF does have a right to rape Palestinians. The fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. They had a rape January 6th, man. What the fuck do you mean? Some of you have no way of looking at a situation like this and immediately jump whatever. Like, it works. It works for a lot of you. Look, I've never read a Western report, a Western media report that immediately was like, there were sexual harassment allegations, but the timing of that is very suspicious considering how much Israel has tried to intervene in the ICC. I'm sorry. They could be credible. They could, okay? But if you think this has any bearing on this prosecution, you are delusional, and you're the biggest mark, the biggest sucker, the biggest rube of all time, okay? It's like the former prosecutor, they literally personally harassed the former prosecutor before Kareem Khan. You understand that, right? Like, they surveilled the former prosecutor before Kareem Khan. They got America to place sanctions on the former prosecutor before Kareem Khan. Yeah, they were stalking her. I covered it extensively. Israeli spy chief threatened ICC prosecutor over war crimes inquiry. They tapped her phones to see exactly what she was actually going to create a case around so they could go back and, like, do some sort of prosecution to be like, what are you talking about? You can't interfere in our affairs. We're a democratic organization. We have democratic governance. We actually investigate our own war crimes, specifically the ones that, we figured out by surveilling and tapping the phones of the former ICC prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, to see exactly which war crimes she was actually focusing on so that we could actually use complementarity to our advantage as a deflection, as a shield. It's insane, okay? The well is endless for depravity. Just to help you understand a little bit about, what is going on here. And there's a lot to talk about, but let's finish this, Channel 4 thing, and then we'll talk about
starving children, dangerously malnourished.
Target is dust.
Amputations performed without anesthetic.
Yeah, remember, it's important to also remember why Benjamin Netanyahu is considered a war criminal now, and so is Yoav Gallant, and so is many members of the Israeli occupying forces, and many people who have offered them credence, offered them protection, offered them guidance. This includes American leadership as well. Just recognize that, this is the reason. It's not for no reason, and it's certainly not because of anti-Semitism, okay?
Families killed. Israel's war in Gaza has been filled with horrors that are hard to fathom. Israel accused of deliberately blocking aid, even as a humanitarian crisis deepens. Today, it led to arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, being issued by the International Criminal Court for their alleged role in the suffering. Judges ruled there are reasonable grounds to believe they are responsible for the war crime of starvation, as well as the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts, and of intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population. The court also issued a warrant for Hamas's military commander, Mohammed Deif, though he's believed to be dead, accusing him of crimes against humanity as part of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population of Israel on October the 7th.
Another thing that we were talking about, by the way, I like that Vorlo just said, remember the standing ovation in Congress when he was speaking? Yeah, I do remember. And also so does the world and so does Channel 4, because they're literally presenting it. Remember these demons, okay? Remember what these demons did. Never let them forget it, okay? I certainly have not forgotten.
It's the arrest warrants for Israeli politicians that are unprecedented. Netanyahu becoming the first leader of a Western-style democracy to be accused by the court. Here he was in Washington just a few months ago, given a rapturous welcome by Congress.
America and Israel must stand together.
Look at that. Look at these animals, dude. Oh, gross. Barbaric monsters. But hey, they wear suits, so, they're elite. They're above it all. Demons, all of them. This is clapping for Adolf, dude. Straight up, clapping for Adolf. If there was any sort of real justice in this world, every single person that gave a standing ovation and gave real cover to Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal, would also stand trial. Of course, that will not happen, but that doesn't change the reality. It doesn't change the horror. It doesn't change the reality. It doesn't change their involvement.
Today, he dismissed the charges as absurd, biased, and anti-Semitic. But public statements made by the men themselves form part of the evidence against them. At the start of the war, Gallant said food, water, and fuel would all be blocked from entering Gaza.
Has the ADL called the ICC anti-Semitic yet? The Apartheid Defense League? I'm certain that they have already. This is their opportunity to shine, The International Criminal Court's arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant is a shameful and wholly political action on the part of the court. The ICC's rationale is rooted in the unsubstantiated and specious claims which run counter to the realities of the ground in Gaza and send a disturbing message equating Israel's war of self-defense with Hamas's terrorism. The court has ignored its own principles and practices in service of a political ruling. The court's moral lapse only serves to further embolden extremists and incite violence against Jews in Israel. We urge global leaders to unequivocally reject the ICC's wrong and dangerous decision. Remember when I said they got no motion? This is what I mean. All they can do is chirp, okay? All they can do is chirp about this kind of and cry about it. The only motion they got is when they're complaining that some content creators said Sabra hummus is the grossest anti-Semitic crime of all.
Israel's assault on Gaza is continuing. In the north, tens of thousands of Palestinians have been forced to flee amidst fears they'll never be allowed to return. Overnight, dozens were killed in strikes across Gaza.
Children again, by the way. Israel, by the way, while we were having this conversation, Israel has been murdering children at a rapid clip in North Gaza. Just so you understand, like, the situation is still dire and only getting worse, especially in North Gaza. Israel has already revealed its ambitions of permanently occupying it through military force, and they're building roads to the former Israeli settlements that existed in the Gaza Strip already. So that's the other side of the story, obviously, that, like, while this is a little bit, this is a moment of happiness, okay? Just remind yourselves, you know, what the wrongdoings of Israel look like, okay, and how severe they are.
The anti-Semitic decision of the
Ugly
International Court in The Hague is a modern Dreyfus trial, and it will end the same way. 130 years ago, the French Jewish officer Alfred Dreyfus was falsely accused of treason by a biased French court. In response to these false accusations, the great French writer Émile Zola wrote his monumental essay, J'accuse. He accused the French court of anti-Semitic lies against an innocent officer who was later exonerated of all guilt. Now
it just sucks because you can't go to France no more. You know, you can invoke Dreyfus, but you can't go to France anymore. No more French countryside vacations for you. Oh, pack watch. Oh, so good. It feels good.
International Court in The Hague, also headed by a French judge, is repeating this outrageous offense.
Yeah, if Dreyfus was exonerated, why doesn't he go to The Hague to get exonerated? Yeah, just take a trip. Take a trip to Paris, land your plane on French soil, and then maybe take another trip to The Hague.
It is falsely accusing me, the democratically elected Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and Israel's former Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, of deliberately targeting civilians.
Dude, if I'm Yoav Gallant, okay, well, one, I would, I would not be, because that would mean I'm a monstrous piece of shit. I would use this as an opportunity. You got fired. Maybe you take a trip. Maybe you take a trip to The Hague. And then maybe in order to get a lighter sentence, you say, listen, my bad about all the war crimes I did, all the children that I, murdered. I'll take 700 years in prison, but in return, as opposed to, 1,000 years in prison. And in return, I'll give you everything you want about Benjamin Netanyahu. Just saying. Could be cool. Netanyahu can still visit America, right? Yeah. Here's what the White House press secretary had to say about the ICC and its jurisdiction.
He is American.
First time I've had an opportunity to speak to this at the podium, so let me just say more broadly that
Born and
we
raised in
fundamentally
Philly.
reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before. Whatever this prosecutor might imply, there is no evidence, none, between Israel and Hamas. There's just none. In coordination.
I just want to point out something that Felix also pointed out, which is everyone laughed at that stupid Tom Cotton post, but the White House's position is pretty much identical. I really hope for nothing but the absolute worst for anyone still working in this administration. And it's correct. It's like there is virtually no different function with what Karine Jean-Pierre is saying here than Tom Cotton. The only difference, I guess, or the only important difference, I guess, is that Tom Cotton is like openly dropping all pretense of civility and is just like, we're gonna bomb you. Like, we're gonna bomb the Netherlands.
Bada bing, bada boom.
When you walk into a store, just know that they might be watching you. And there is so much that we are telling the store owners by just walking through a store. 90% of us will turn right once we're inside the store. That's after you get past the decompression zone. That's what they call it. It is the zone right before the exit that is just big enough that the average customer walking in will transition from being outside, all the noises of the cars honking, the parking lot mess, to now getting ready to spend money. It is timed so that you feel comfortable enough inside this new space. Then, most of us turn right, which means some stores will take advantage of that. They will guide you counterclockwise through the architectural flow of the entire layout. The first wall you hit is the high power wall, which means stores will place items that they want to sell on the first aisle or wall the customer stops on. It's not going to be the best items, but the good items. The best items are actually scattered throughout the store to make sure that you walk through every single aisle looking for them. Side note, stores intentionally put small traffic blocking obstacles that are not a major inconvenience, but slow the customer down so that they can encourage browsing. So you're running around the store trying to find the best items, but the really good ones, the really good products are near the left side, right before you check out. This is when our carts are already full, and we know that we already went over budget, but this one thing is so irresistible that we can't even say no. I mean, it's for the end. That's why they leave it there. But what you really came here for, the eggs, the milk, it's gonna be at the very back of the store so that you're forced to go all the way through the back. You can't just grab what you need and go. You have to linger inside the store.
Okay, that's crazy.
Retail psychology.
Yeah.
Speaking of, if you want your customers lingering, you're gonna want to play slower music. Or if you want them to get everything they need and leave or make impulse purchases, make the tempo of the music faster. Add splashes of red, which subconsciously create a sense of urgency. And remember, eye level is buy level, meaning whatever you want to sell the most, items with the highest margins that you're trying to get off the shelves, you're gonna want to put it at eye level with the consumer. When you walk through the children's aisle with your children or your nieces, in my point, what's at your eye level is not what they're trying to sell you. I mean, yeah, they're trying to sell it to you, but what they're really trying to sell you is at what it's eye level with your child. One thing stores do not ever forget, at least the good stores, is the smell. You know that amazing smell when you walk into a coffee shop? Most of it is coffee aroma pumping through the HVAC systems. It's not just their coffee machines. Some department stores will even pump different scents in different sections of their store. Coconut scent in their bikinis and vacation wear section. Lilac in their lingerie departments. But there is one store that takes it even further. The mandatory number to spritz the cologne is 10. Several inches from the close, every single hour. Spritz, 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 spritz. 10 sprays each. After the 9th spritz, it feels more appropriate to just put the bottle of cologne through a hose system and spray down the clothes. It's like a mushroom cloud, puff of smoke that every time everybody walks in, it's just the strongest scent. I mean, I'm sure at first it could be a good scent, but the employees of the store that are surrounded by this scent 40 hours a week, you might as well mix Windex and lemon with musk and call it Abercrombie Fierce.
They sprit 10 times per hour?
The nicer stores have a system that spritzes the perfume automatically on a timer. Heavy-duty commercial machines that spritz the perfume.
But like that's 10 times at one section?
Yes.
And they do it throughout the whole store?
Throughout.
What?
Some employees complained that by the end of their day, their eyes were blood red and their nails even felt like they were gonna fall off because they're brittle, just because of how strong and toxic the scent is and how it's filled to the brim with alcohol in the air. But that is the price to be hot. That and a button-down shirt that's supposed to be worn with 3 buttons open, skinny jeans that are cuffed at 1.25 inches, and hairstyles that are supposed to be kept natural and well-kept. That is the price of hot. According to Abercrombie's employee lookbook, that's what they want you to look like. The store is fascinating. I mean, they're no longer like this, but back then they were known in the mall for having 2 shirtless guys standing outside the door trying to, I guess, telepathically convince you to come in through their abs. Once you walk in, the clothes, they're terrible quality. Or maybe they're not. It's hard to say when it's completely dark inside. The music is blasting so loud you can barely hear yourself think. The smell is so nauseating after a few minutes. And the employees who are required to say, "What's up?" within 15 seconds of you walking in, suddenly they're standoffish. They don't really want to help you. One former employee said, at the time, Abercrombie trained its employees to purposely ignore and not help and be snotty to its customers. It creates like a too good image, and it was encouraged.
That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Is that true?
Yes, and they were also told to not apologize for not having plus size sizes. They said, don't be sorry. Don't tell the customer you're sorry.
What?
The whole idea of Abercrombie is the work of then CEO Michael Jeffries, the quote-unquote mad genius behind the brand, who has now been arrested for sex trafficking with alleged connections to potentially Diddy, but also to Jeffrey Epstein. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are volunteer-based and provide free medical care and humanitarian aid. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Some quick disclaimers for today's ongoing case. Updates are developing as we speak, so the information is current up to the publishing date. Some statements have been shortened for time. Additionally, this case is quite heavy in regards to illicit forced substance abuse, essays, trafficking. Anything we state, though, in today's episode, specifically when we cover what alleged victims have stated to the media, the news outlets, detailed in their lawsuits, and even the federal indictment, they are all just allegations right now. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, and the people in question have pled not guilty. So with that being said, let's get started. Do you ever just watch someone and you think, oh, that's so interesting? Why do they do something like that? Michael Jeffries just is a fascinating person. He does very fascinating things. He goes through the revolving doors twice. He has to go through it twice. He can't just get off after the first round. He has to go through it twice. He never passes others on stairwells, even if he's late. He doesn't like to pass them by the side and go in front of them.
Wait, hold on. The revolving doors?
Yeah.
He takes a 360 plus more. Plus?
Yeah. Yes. He parks his Porsche every single day at the same angle in the same parking spot, and he wedges his key in between the car seats and leaves the doors unlocked. He's a pair of lucky shoes. If he has to read something important, like a financial document, he will put those shoes on. He will not read it in any other footwear. This is his footwear of choice. But right now, he's with a journalist named Benoit, and the two of them are walking through an Abercrombie store, passing all the big blown-up pictures of the shirtless abs all over the walls, and he's asking Benoit, the journalist, how does the store look? How does it feel? How does it smell? These are the things that I'm obsessed with. He walks up to the mannequins. We're just not there, guys. He's yelling at his employees. No, we're not. The music is blasting. He's practically screaming over it. For some reason, they don't just lower the music, not even a decibel. He's pointing at the mannequin in the woman's clothes. The jeans are too high. The jeans have to be lower, and we need to make the legs look skinny, okay? Should we clip the back of the knees or something? We need it bigger at the top and skinnier at the legs. That is much easier, okay? It's gonna be much, much better. Then he turns his attention to the male mannequin. How much more rugged and masculine can we make this one look? A bunch of assistants run over. Make the jeans look a little bit bigger in the leg, you know? Good. Oh, that's good, that's good. He looks cooler now. He's got more attitude. That's what we're looking for, more attitude. And look at this. Look at this. We need to fix this guy's package. Someone come stuff him. He's talking about that package.
You're talking about mannequin?
Yeah. A female assistant runs over to try and poof up the private area of that mannequin. Now lower the pants some more. The pants need to be much, much lower. Get them as low as we can without them falling off. We don't want him looking like some old guy. It's not really something you would do in front of a customer, but there's no customers coming into the store because this is not a real Abercrombie store. It's a modern store, a fake practice store inside the massive 300-acre office for Abercrombie located in the middle of nowhere in Ohio. They call it the campus. That's what their HQ is called. Welcome to the Abercrombie headquarters. If you see a drone shot of it, it could honestly be used in one of those showing FBI training headquarters movies or some doomsday bunker for the ultra elite. Pretty much every single person on this campus, they're wearing flip-flops, ripped jeans, polo shirts with mooses on the front, Abercrombie's logo.
You're kidding.
They themselves call working at Abercrombie the 13th grade because that's what it feels like, an extension of high school. 13th grade. Benoit is following Mike Jeffries, the CEO, around the campus, and he kind of walks fast for someone who's perpetually click-clacking around in flip-flops, and it's just so fascinating to listen to the CEO. Everything is dude this, dude that, dude, man, dude. What a cool idea, dude. Let's make this dude look more like a dude. Interesting. You know, the man is 61 years old. And Mike thinks the worst kind of people are moody and cynical, as opposed to cool people who are beautiful, masculine, optimistic. That's what America needs more of. And Mike Jeffries, he seems to act like he has it all. I mean, he acts like it. Mike Jeffries is the CEO of Abercrombie, but one could argue he's more like the founder and creator. He made the brand what it is. Those shirtless guys outside spraying cologne on people that walk past, that was his idea. It was also his idea to not sell extra large or XXL in women's clothing specifically. They sell them for men, but not for women, which is interesting because it's all about aspiration. Those are his words, not mine. Mike Jeffries says, that's why we hire good-looking people in our stores, because good-looking people attract other good-looking people. And we want to market to cool, good-looking people. We don't want to market to anyone other than that. In every school, there are the cool kids and the popular kids, and then there are the not-so-cool kids. Candidly, we go after the cool kids. We go after the attractive, all-American kid with a great attitude and a lot of friends. A lot of people don't belong in our clothes, and they can't belong. Are we exclusionary? Absolutely. Those companies that are in trouble are trying to target everybody, young, old, fat, skinny, but then you become totally vanilla. You don't alienate anybody, but you also don't excite anybody either. This interview will later go viral, and it leads to a huge campaign, a boycott against Abercrombie and Fitch. It leads to a YouTuber vlogging himself, buying Abercrombie clothes from Goodwill, handing them out to people without homes on Skid Row, which this is also very controversial, but he tells his viewers that they need to rebrand Abercrombie into the #1 apparel for people without homes. He encourages his viewers to donate their Abercrombie clothes to people without homes and use the hashtag Fitch to the homeless, which is not exactly it either, okay? But listen, the whole thing is very complicated, very messy, but not as messy as it's about to get in 2024 when the feds get involved in the former Abercrombie CEO's life. The federal indictment reads, from approximately 2008 to 2015, the defendants, Michael S. Jeffries, then CEO, Matthew C. Smith, and James T. Jacobson, together with others, operated an international trafficking and prostitution business. A man named Luke tells the BBC, these are just claims, but he says, it was nothing like what he anticipated. He had walked in, and it's, of course, a dimly lit room with those giant photos of shirtless guys all over the walls, and everything is dark. And in the middle, there's a group of assistants standing full head to toe in Abercrombie uniforms. The forever recognizable polo shirt, blue jeans, flip-flops, just casually folding clothes on a table. The only thing missing is likely that strong scent of cologne. Abercrombie Fierce, they call it. Luke was called by the supposed executive assistant of Mike Jeffries, the former CEO, to come in for a photo shoot. Except this is not an Abercrombie store. It's also not the mock store. It's not the practice store. According to Luke, this is a hotel suite that has been outfitted to look exactly like an Abercrombie store. According to Luke's allegations, again, these are just allegations, but those quote-unquote assistants that are folding clothes keep encouraging him to pretend to be a shirtless greeter at the front of the store, like role play. Just do it. They allegedly kept telling him. Now, I have two very important guests, and these are going to be customers that you need to impress and entertain because they're going to be buying a lot of clothes from you. Luke says in that moment, Mike Jeffries and a man named Matthew Smith come out from the corner of the room. He claims that they immediately start touching him. Luke alleges the former CEO of Abercrombie then proceeded to perform oral sex on Luke, while Luke allegedly, quote, I tried to say no repeatedly, and then I just kind of got convinced to do something, but I was constantly saying no. I just wanted to go. And you know when you pack your suitcase perfect for your trip, everything is stuffed to the brim and it works. It zips. But the second that zipper starts unraveling, everything starts coming out. Once this comes out, a string of allegations will start coming out against the former CEO of Abercrombie. One allegation is by John, fake name. He states that he was on a cruise, the Queen Mary 2, that sails from England to New York. He was there because Mike Jeffries asked him to be. And how do you say no to Mike Jeffries, who keeps trying to allegedly insert a, quote, bleeding finger into him? He thought this was a work opportunity to potentially be a model for Abercrombie. I was in the bed putting on a fake smile, crying on the inside. Here I am in the middle of the ocean, having this person 4 times my age in that position of power and influence belittle me to death and literally call me worthless simply because I said no to something. No to advances. In one lawsuit filed against Mike Jeffries, the former CEO of Abercrombie, the lawsuit alleges, this is separate from the federal indictment and still nonetheless an allegation. The lawsuit alleges, quote, at one point, a video circulated within the Abercrombie office which depicted Mike Jeffries sniffing what was believed to be cocaine off a man's penis. A line of pain off of a man's private part. I guess a bunch of employees were just circulating the video.
It was a video.
That's what the allegation is, yes.
Okay.
The prosecutors also alleged that the victims were as young as 19 years old, were often subjected to painful penis injections. They were allegedly told that it was liquid Viagra. The indictment reads, on more than one occasion, the defendants either directed others to or personally injected men in their with a prescription-grade erection-inducing substance for the purpose of causing the men to engage in acts in which they were otherwise physically incapable or unwilling, notwithstanding the fact that these injections were not medically injected and frequently caused the men to suffer painful physical reactions that lasted for several hours. Mike Jeffries and Matthew Smith employed their use to fulfill their own desires by causing men to submit to them. The indictment alleges, quote, events, including amongst other things, anal intercourse, the insertion of large toes into the anus, and high-pressured enemas administered by inserting a hose into the anus. So an enema allegedly given through a high-pressured hose would not only be painful, but extremely dangerous. These are the allegations set forth in the federal indictment. It stated that these could potentially cause severe injury by tearing a hole in the rectum or the colon. It could cause damage to the intestinal lining. And it stated, quote, using a high-pressure hose for an enema would be extremely dangerous and should never be attempted. All these allegations are currently being handled by the Eastern District of New York, the same office that handled the Nixium cult case, not to be confused with the Southern District of New York. That is the office that is handling the Diddy case. The Eastern District of New York will be taking on former CEO Mike Jeffries, and they are not here to play. During a press conference for the arrest of Mike Jeffries, Mike's right-hand man, Matthew Smith, and Mike's recruiter, James Jacobson, the prosecutors state,
to anyone who thinks they can exploit and coerce others by using the so-called casting couch system, this case should serve as a warning. Prepare to trade that couch for a bed in federal prison.
Wow.
Which is a very powerful statement, but it's also very intriguing. Because why now? That has been a question brought up by so many netizens. He was the CEO, he stepped down in 2014. Why now? And they have been busy drawing connections. Netizens are drawing connections between Mike Jeffries and a few other controversial figures, Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein. Some people think the timing of Mike Jeffries' arrest is interesting. He is arrested about a month after Diddy was arrested. The trafficking charge feels similar, and perhaps some of the allegations feel similar to netizens. Mike Jeffries would allegedly host these private events at his massive Hamptons mansion. Instead of it being filled with celebrities and wearing all white, allegedly he would invite over aspiring male models. He would invite them to his $30 million home, and the house staff that worked at this massive estate said it was very strange. Every Saturday between 11 to 6 p.m., they all had to leave. They're like, why do we have to leave? I feel like this is the day where we get the most work done. It was unspoken that this was Mike's playtime. That's what the former staffers said. One alleged victim states that the house in the middle of nowhere, in the Hamptons, all you hear is the ocean and seagulls. I mean, the homes are so big, neighbors are far apart, it's very secluded, and the house is clean. They said the house is too clean. He says, quote, like when I say clean, I mean like a hospital clean, like almost sterile. Another victim states of the Hamptons house party, I was told to undress into my underwear, and I was given a glass of wine and was told that they're gonna come chat with me, like an interview. They continue, I was presented with meeting the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch for a sex party, a sexual experience. There was never any real clarification of what was expected of me. It was just like, you can go there and do what you're comfortable with and let it be known in a roundabout way that the further you go, the better. I just was not a human to these people. I was an animal. I was a body. I was being presented to someone to do what they wanted with. Which again, a lot of netizens feel very similar to the Diddy case. They comment, yeah, Diddy is dropping names in alphabetical order, Abercrombie for A. Another writes, the first Diddy domino has fallen. Sing, Diddy, sing. But there is no direct connection between Abercrombie and Mike Jeffries and Diddy, at least none that the public knows of. But there is an interesting, perhaps stronger connection between Mike Jeffries and a Jeffrey Epstein. Side note, we have a whole 2-part series on Epstein and Epstein's Island, but it's rather well known that Jeffrey Epstein and a man named Leslie Wexner were once very, very close. Leslie Wexner is a billionaire that runs L Brands. Well, he did.
Right.
The parent company for brands like Victoria's Secret, which allegedly Epstein would pose as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret to approach young women and try to essay them, allegedly, or sometimes would fully allegedly essay them. Leslie Wexner put Epstein in charge of his finances, billions of dollars. This is how he becomes so rich. Leslie Wexner has since stated that he has been taken advantage of by Epstein and called Epstein sick, cunning, and so depraved. But netizens are very suspicious of him. But what does this have to do with Mike Jeffries? I'll tell you exactly what it has to do with Mike Jeffries. Teddy Roosevelt. Hold on. Teddy Roosevelt and Ernest Hemingway were actually big, big fans of Abercrombie. They're not wearing the polo with the popped collars. Abercrombie is actually quite old. They didn't put 1892 on their sweaters to appear more collegiate. They were actually formed in 1892. They were known primarily for safari wear, fishing gear. They had some really cool hunting gear that people would equate to the style of, I guess, like Peaky Blinders. In like the long trench coats, you're going hunting. They sold fishing gear, guns, shaving cream, books, everything. One-stop shop at the Abercrombie. But eventually, Abercrombie becomes this failing brand. They're not even just not making money, they're losing $25 million a year. Not in the way that tech companies are not profitable, but like investors are very stressed about this. They're just losing money with no end in sight until Leslie Wexner comes around, purchases Abercrombie & Fitch for $47 million to join all his other brands under the limited company, which, again, he's no longer a part of. But when he was in charge of Victoria's Secret, Express, Lane Bryant, Bath & Body Works, The Limited, Henry Bendel, White Barn Candle Company, and now Abercrombie & Fitch. Les has a few things that he's known for. One, the way he builds his businesses, there's always one of two ways he goes about it. He either takes an existing brand, tries a new concept that lives within that existing brand's cohesive message, and then spins it until it becomes successful. Or he will take an existing failing brand and do everything he can to make it profitable. He buys failing Abercrombie and puts a man named Mike Jeffries in charge. And that's how they're connected. There are a lot of things that just kind of happen on a day-to-day basis that improve our lives tenfold and don't require much thought. They just kind of work so well, it feels like magic. Like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. I cannot explain to you exactly how it works, but I know that I love it and I need it every single day. And one of the best things to improve my life tenfold, something that works so well, it's both literally and metaphorically magic, is Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business, from the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Shopify's there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outfits, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. From their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system, wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify's got you covered. Shopify helps you even turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to other leading e-commerce platforms, and sell more with less effort thanks to their actual Shopify Magic, your AI-powered all-star. My favorite part about Shopify, if you haven't already guessed, is Shopify Magic. First of all, it's free for every Shopify seller. It generates instant FAQ answers, crafts blog posts, product descriptions, and so much more. And there is a reason that Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the US, and Shopify is the global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way, because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/rotten, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/rotten now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/rotten. Rihanna is an investigative journalist for the BBC. This was several years ago. She actually broke this case. She was the one that kickstarted the federal investigation. Back in 2021, she's scrolling on Instagram when she sees this discourse happening between male models about feeling ignored during the Me Too movement. One model writes, "We've seen it happen with #MeToo. How about #UsToo?" Interesting. She immediately tries to get in contact with the male model that posts that because perhaps she could help share the story. I mean, what story does he have? After an hour of talking, the male model, Barrett, opens up and tells her, it was the darkest experience I've ever dealt with. They had someone come and shave me, like my whole body, because that's how they like the boys.
I was butt-ass naked because I was being asked for my ID and to sign this non-disclosure agreement.
Nina is like, who the hell is he talking about? The CEO of Abercrombie. The one that made $70 million in a year.
Keep it
70 million, 70 million. He tells her that he thought he was going to get scouted as an Abercrombie and Fitch model. Instead, he ends up SA'd. But he's not the only one. It's like a whole operation, and it all starts with the man with no nose. Another alleged victim of the CEO of Abercrombie states he explained that he has no nose or no skin on his nose because he had a plastic surgery mishap with his nose and it collapsed and it had to be removed completely. He chooses to wear this snakeskin patch, like a leather patch where his nose once was. He kind of looks like Voldemort. They were all told, you go meet with Mr. No Nose first before you can meet the CEO of Abercrombie. He's the gatekeeper. This would start a 3-year hunt to look for the man without the skin on his nose. And when Rihanna finally finds him 2 years later, she manages to track down the man with no nose, tracks him all the way down to his front doorstep. Knock, knock. The door slowly creaks open, and here he is on the porch steps with his head in his hands, and he tells Rihanna, the reporter, I promise I'll tell you everything if you leave my name out of it. The name everyone cares about in the fashion industry, or at least at one point, was Mike Jeffries. The one that turned a random fishing brand into the only thing that teenagers want to wear and spend $60 on a polo shirt on, or at least convince their parents to buy them a $60 hoodie. I mean, he didn't just do that with Abercrombie and Fitch either. He created Abercrombie for kids, for little 5-year-olds to wear Abercrombie. The regular Abercrombie for middle schoolers. High schoolers, there's Hollister, the tiny bit less expensive brand that sells the California dream. There's a lot of spin-off brands. This is how one journalist describes it. For the middle schoolers, there's Abercrombie. For high schoolers, there's Hollister. And quote, it's a wildly popular surf-inspired look for energetic and outgoing girls and guys. Perfect choice for Midwestern teens that wish they lived in Laguna Beach, California. Then quote, when those Hollister kids head off to college, the preppy and collegiate Abercrombie and Fitch is waiting for them. One psychologist said they are selling the most popular people in class, the quarterback and the head of the cheerleaders. That's what they're actually selling. One former employee said they were required to say, hey, what's up, to everyone that walked in. They write on Reddit, you're required to say that tagline to anyone within 15 seconds of them entering the store. Hey, what's up? That's the simplest one. One time they changed it to, hey, how's it going? Have you tried our jeans? They'll make you look like a star. Which, naturally, everyone in the store hated. But that is what Mike Jeffrey wanted, and what Mike Jeffrey wants, he gets. The first day one would start their job at Abercrombie, at least back then, it's likely they would have a big binder slapped down in front of them. What is this? Employee lookbook. If you flip to page 1, it reads, exhibiting the Abercrombie look is a tremendously important part of the A&F stores. We are selling an experience for our customer, an atmosphere that people want to experience over and over again. Our people in store are an inspiration to the customer. This is what you need to look like. Hairstyles, neatly combed, attractive, natural, classic hairstyle. There are 2 pictures on the lookbook. The acceptable side shows an image of a white model. And of course, the unacceptable side shows a black model with dreadlocks. As for jewelry, gold chains are not acceptable for men, but a thin, short, delicate silver necklace on women is perfectly okay. Women are allowed a maximum of 2 earrings per ear and should not be bigger than a dime and should not dangle. Underscored and bolded, men are not allowed to wear earrings. Even fingernails, it reads. Fingernails should not extend more than 1/4 of an inch beyond the tip of the finger. Although natural nails are preferred, if polish is worn, it should be clear or natural in color. Managers and recruiters were told, the best way to find the employee is just go straight to the best fraternities on each campus and recruit the best looking guys there. Likely that guy is going to do well in the store, just standing shirtless at the door. But he's probably already popular, meaning if he's wearing Abercrombie, everyone else will want to wear Abercrombie, so it's perfect. There's even a manual for the crew on the Abercrombie Company jet. A 47-page manual. Some interesting parts read. The male staff should spritz their uniforms with Abercrombie cologne upon arrival at the household and throughout the duration of the shift. Even here, with private planes, he's very picky, Mike Jeffries is, writing, hats should be worn when the temperature is below 40 degrees. Make sure that the brim of the hat is 2 inches thick. The brim should be pulled so that it is approximately in the middle of the forehead. He is meticulous. He even cares about how many cushions were on each office chair or on the private jet plane chairs. Even bringing dogs onto the plane, Mike Jeffries has a protocol. Upon arrival, the houseman will direct the bags to the captain. The houseman will take the dogs on board the aircraft, leaving the dogs on their leashes. Once on board, the houseman will hand the dogs to the steward to tend to them from there. The houseman will then carry all the carry-ons on board to be taken directly to the crew rest area, where Ruby and Trouble travel. These are the dogs' names. Ruby will sit opposite Michael in the cabin. As for meal service, one medium tray liner should be laid 3.5 inches from the edge of the table. One dinner napkin should be centered on the tray liner so that the embroidery at the bottom of the napkin lines up with the embroidery at the bottom of the tray liner. One luncheon fork should be placed on the left of the tray liner, 1/2 inch from the bottom of the tray liner. One luncheon knife should be placed to the right of the luncheon forks, 1/2 inch from the bottom of the tray liner. One white wine glass should be placed above the tray liner. There's even a section for language and tone. When Michael or a guest makes a request, respond by saying, no problem. This should be used in place of phrases like, sure, just a minute, right away, yes, sir. Which, if you remember from the Epstein episode, Ghislaine Maxwell had some weird manuals for house employees, and these, like saying no problem, these things, she was very particular about. So the connection is very strong. Even preparing reports for Mike Jeffries to read on the plane is detailed. It reads, set up the hole punch by pulling out the silver calibrated side so that the edge of the hole punch lines up with the 5th mark on the silver calibrated slider. He's even detailing how you need to punch holes. And it's not just an arbitrary little booklet that he creates for everyone to read and nod. He actually holds people accountable for these things. It's called a corporate blitz. Unannounced store visits. In the sense that the stores will probably find out that someone from corporate, potentially even Mike Jeffries himself, is coming, but maybe a few days ahead. One former employee said that they would find out a corporate blitz is happening on a Friday. That means Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, everyone is doing overnight shifts nonstop. This is Abercrombie. This is not, I don't know, the World Health Organization. They not only check to make sure that the shelves are completely dust-free, the moose head that's hanging on every store wall has to be super clean. Mike is very detail-oriented and honestly kind of a micromanager. One former employee writes online, I worked as a quote model folding clothes at the front of the store, and it was my job to greet people who walked in, and the only greeting I was allowed to use at that time was, hey, how's it going? Because I guess it seemed more cool and laid back or whatever. I literally got yelled at by my manager once for going off script and saying, hey, welcome to Abercrombie. Another former employee says, during orientation, we were told not to interact with customers. Our jobs were to fold clothes and look good in clothes. Another said, men had to wear their jeans one waist size bigger so you could see their underwear line and the logo on the underwear. Our shirts also had to be one size smaller so it was tight in the chest and arms so you could see our muscles. Or we had to wear our belts extra long to hang in front like a penis. Yeah.
That's what they said?
Mm-hmm. But the most important thing, according to one former manager during a corporate blitz, is the thing that mattered the most, though, was who was working the day of the visits. There were some people that we kept on staff just for those visits. AKA, they have to go above and beyond the lookbook. The former manager said, it was never, hey, your store is not hitting the number or doing this. It was, you gotta get better looking people in here. One employee said, I remember a girl walking in once and asking me if we're hiring. We were, but somehow the manager overheard and told me in the headset to tell her that we weren't. The manager said she didn't have the look. One former A&F store manager went on to CBS to say, I was sick of getting my schedule back every week with lines through names, essentially telling people that they're not good enough to work here. I can't look the people that work for me that want to be there in the eye and say, you know, lie to them and say, oh, we don't have hours, when it really was because they weren't pretty enough.
How is that okay for such a big brand to discriminate like that for that long period of time?
They found a loophole. Did you catch the loophole?
No.
The employees are called models.
Oh, so they can judge based on looks,
yes.
You're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Abercrombie was just overall a menace to society. I mean, they had graphic tees, just plain tees with little slogans on there, which just started off normal and cute. Abercrombie and Fitch established this day, blah, blah, blah. It looks very collegiate, but somehow they end up escalating. One shirt reads, I had a nightmare that I was a brunette. It's just mean for no reason, okay? But they keep going. Blondes are adored, brunettes are ignored. Mike Jeffries is indeed blonde. They have girls' shirts that read on the chest, "Who needs a brain when you have these?" Or, "I see that you already met the twins." Okay, not great. Or another one that reads, "Gentlemen prefer take old biddies," saying no brains. "Do I make you look fat?" It's all relative in West Virginia, which apparently the governor of West Virginia did not approve of that message, was very upset by it. Or "Good girls drink quickly." Or just a shirt that says Freshman 15 that's sold in the women's section. Freshman 15 with a list of 15 boys' names. So freshman 15 is typically known as the 15 pounds that you gain when you go into college as a freshman, right? But this one reads a bunch of boys' names, so it's indicating that as a freshman in college, she slept with these 15 boys. But it's not until they mess with the Swifties that they actually end up in a bit of a trouble with most of these shirts. They made a t-shirt that reads, "More boyfriends than TS." TS for Taylor Swift. Swifties start protesting, to which Abercrombie responds very sincerely and very professionally, issuing a statement on Twitter. "Hey, hashtag Swifties. So we no longer sell the shirt. We hear Taylor's music and think that she's awesome." If you called the Abercrombie customer service line, you would hear the new updated message on the phone. "Thank you for calling Abercrombie & Fitch Public Relations. If you are calling regarding the Taylor Swift t-shirt, please note that it is no longer available." Heinous, but it somehow gets worse. They start selling these t-shirts with a donkey wearing a sombrero and holding a taco in his hand. Next to him are the words, "On Norfolk Road." Then they release another shirt. It shows stereotypically racist caricatures of East Asians with slanted eyes, and the t-shirt reads, "Wong Brothers Laundry Service. 2 Wongs can make it white." There were protests outside of Abercrombie after that. People were rightfully so pissed off. Asian Americans did not find this funny. This shirt would actually cause so much problems for the brand. People started protesting outside the stores, holding up posters reading, "2 Wongs don't make it white, but 2 Wongs can make a fight. Educate America on institutional racism. I'm not Asian, but I recognize racism when I see it." Which, side note, with all of this going on, SNL decides to be racist about it. Tina Fey, acting as a news reporter, states, "The protest was nonviolent and orderly, but the same could not be said for the parking lot when they all went to drive home, saying Asians are valedictorian."
Let's go.
In response to all of this, a spokesperson for Abercrombie said, "We personally thought Asians would love this t-shirt. We are truly and deeply sorry for everyone that we've offended. We never single out any one group or poke fun at anyone. We poke fun at everybody, from women to flight attendants to baggage handlers to football coaches to Irish Americans to snow skiers. There's really no group that we haven't teased." Mike Jeffries says, "We have a whole morals committee for t-shirts. Sometimes they're on vacation. Listen, do we sometimes go too far? Absolutely. But we push the envelope and we try to be funny and we try to stay authentic and relevant to our target customer. I really don't care what anyone other than our target customer thinks." One former employee guessed it's because controversy brings free publicity, and the shirts are supposed to be cool, and what's cooler than something your parents don't want you to wear? Probably the more honest reason, though, is another former employee states, "They kept making those graphic t-shirts because, well, the kids loved wearing them, so we just kept making them. And they were cheap. You could sell tees for like an 85% markup. And I guess people wear them because they want to fit that image of the guys on the Abercrombie ads." Most of the pictures of all the shirtless guys laying down on the sand, showing off their armpits. They're known for their armpit ads. It's always like aggressive armpits, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And one of them literally states in an interview, "Oh, I'm the armpit guy," because that's one of the most iconic pictures to come out of Abercrombie. That is all. All the photography is the work of one man named Bruce Weber. In the photography and fashion world, it's said that you could spot a Bruce Weber from a mile away. They say the aesthetic is, quote, "joyful group shots, young people, Americana, golden retrievers out in the countryside." He was one of the highest paid photographers at one point. He worked with brands like Calvin Klein, Ralph Lauren, Revlon, Versace, Vogue, GQ, Vanity Fair, Elle, Rolling Stone. You know those underwear ads for Calvin Klein? They basically started due in part because of Bruce. They were very controversial at the time, but also very groundbreaking. To some people, they said the photos look like softcore. The National Coalition for the Protection of Children and Families and another group called Focus on the Family, they both launched boycotts of the brands because of Bruce Weber's photos. But criticism aside, Bruce was killing it in the industry, so it doesn't really matter because being in the same room as Bruce meant that your career is gonna advance, it's gonna skyrocket. Abercrombie models remember going out to a photo shoot where Bruce was. He's not even taking pictures all day of everyone. He's looking for the right moment, the right people to take pictures of. They just told the models, be natural, do whatever feels natural. And Bruce will take a picture if he likes it. One model says guys would just be climbing up a tree being like, hey Bruce, it's a tree and I'm in it, look at me. Or they would start doing push-ups on the curb to get his attention. Bruce is a very fascinating character. One model remembers that he was called for a potential shoot with Bruce Weber, but instead of meeting at a photo shoot location, he goes up to meet with Bruce at a jewelry store? Hi Bruce, hi, nice to meet you. Bruce won't even look at him. Won't even acknowledge him, nothing. So now he's just standing awkwardly to the side, uncomfortably, while Bruce, for quote, at least 10 minutes, picks out jewelry for his wife. It was all very strange. It's like a power play or something. But still, it's Bruce. This is what one model has to say about working with Bruce. I couldn't sleep the night before. I was like, I am going to shoot with Bruce Weber. Oh my God, I'm going to shoot with Bruce Weber. My star could turn. I could take off from here and everybody is like, you're shooting with Bruce? That's awesome. Because he is the brains behind the image of Abercrombie. Skinny, rich, see, white. One former employee said, all that mattered was that the employees you took pictures of and sent back to headquarters were hot. That's it. That's at the store level. They're taking pictures of everyone working in the store, sending it back to corporate, and these people need to look like they could potentially be in a Bruce Weber ad. One supposed former manager of Abercrombie & Fitch did an AMA on Reddit where they said, there's a thing called the cast of, insert store, tracker. You submit your top 10 most attractive and outgoing sales floor staff. It is okay and encouraged for an ugly or, quote, chubby employee to only work in the back or with the night crew and not be on the sales floor. Every year, the cast of gets their photo taken and submitted to corporate. Calendars and video propaganda are made and dispersed congratulating the CS store locations. It was weird. And the process of that is just uncomfortable. You have to take shirtless pictures of guys that work there to send to corporate. They write, it was so weird to take a guy into the back room, make him take off his shirt, pull his jeans right down to his pubes, and then take his picture. We have to do this to search for greeters. It was awkward. Of course, with everyone in the company having OCD, they made us do it like 10 different times with the same people off the clock. Just constantly taking weird photos. Another former manager states, the thinner, more conventionally attractive you were, the closer you were to the front.
That is so crazy because this wasn't even that long ago, too.
No. Ethnic minorities and overweight people most of the time just went to the work in the stockroom, along with anyone who wasn't tall or facially symmetrical enough to fold t-shirts.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Another, a completely different former manager, she says, you have to rank your employees on a level of cool to rocks. If they aren't at least cool, you have to zero them off your schedule. They have to be fired. It didn't matter what your sales were, all that mattered was that the employees that you took pictures of were hot. Which is clearly, that's illegal, right? That's what they said. One of the former managers also said, it was something of a sport amongst the floor managers and employees to make fun of overweight shoppers who came in looking for clothes, as we generally didn't carry about a size 12 in most items, and we were encouraged not to apologize for this. One manager even told me as his biceps strained the sleeves of his moose emblazoned shirt that wearing Abercrombie is a privilege, not a right. Okay, bro.
What?
And any employee who gained a significant amount of weight was fired with little explanation. The Supreme Court hears a lot of interesting cases, and then there's cases that honestly, why? Why did this happen? Why did somebody feel compelled to do this, and now we have to go to the Supreme Court? Why couldn't we just all have basic human decency, and we would save everyone a lot of time, heartache, and even money? In 2015, SCOTUS hears a case of a woman named Samantha. She says in 2008, she applied for a job at Abercrombie, but she was denied a position because she wore a hijab. That's the only reason she was denied the position. Not because she was underqualified. If anything, she was likely overqualified. No other reason than her religious garment. They told her it went against their, quote, look policy, which is the, quote, classic East Coast collegiate style. Samantha rightfully files a complaint with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which then files a lawsuit against Abercrombie, and they double down. Abercrombie reps say, well, it's kind of like a baseball cap. Well, it's kind of not, but they double down, and they keep going. We ban all types of headgear, regardless of religious affiliation. Because of Abercrombie's stubbornness on being discriminatory, the case goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. The case was heard by SCOTUS, and like I said, if Abercrombie and all the employees just had basic decency, it wouldn't have gone up all this way. Which, side note, that's not me saying Samantha shouldn't have brought it to SCOTUS. That's like, if we don't punch people in the faces, we don't have to have these trials about assault. I think Samantha did amazing. SCOTUS rules 8-1 in favor of Samantha, stating that Abercrombie has violated the Civil Rights Act, which states that employers must provide, quote, reasonable accommodation without undue hardship. Which, honestly, Samantha is amazing. She quite literally helped make the country better. But again, nobody had to do that and go through all this anxiety had Abercrombie just not been a bad person. And they were also just flat out racist to everyone. They're just discriminating. After a corporate blitz in Irvine, California, which is heavily an Asian community, they fired almost everyone in the store because they're Asians. Yeah.
Whoa.
And they pointed at the white guy on the poster and said, you need to have more staff that looks like that.
That's crazy because probably most customers are Asians.
Yes. Which is just outright corporate discrimination and racism. Another Asian employee said he asked the assistant manager about rehiring him because he does well for his job. He's qualified. Why can't he work his job? And the assistant manager allegedly straight up told him, my manager said we can't rehire you because we already have too many Filipinos working in the store. He said, I was like, are you serious? She looked pretty uncomfortable and was like, yeah. Which leads to a class action lawsuit of discrimination. The attorney representing all the plaintiffs said it was visually very easy to see what the plaintiffs were saying in this case. They say, in this case, I could go to the mall and verify what our client had told us, and so I did that. I would go into the Abercrombie store and look at all the retail workers there, and then I would go across the hall to another retail establishment, Old Navy, Banana Republic, or The Gap, and the contrast was just striking. One former employee said online, I cut my hair into a short afro, and the next day at work, my manager immediately told me to go home because my hair no longer fit the approved styles in the company lookbook. They showed me all the approved styles, all of which I obviously couldn't replicate with a 1-inch curly afro. It was very clear that when my hair was chemically straightened, it was approved. But that when I allowed my hair to grow naturally, it became a problem. As a young black woman, it definitely hurt to think that my natural look wasn't, quote, acceptable. They essentially refused to schedule me until I made my hair look white again. So I just kind of never showed up again. Allegedly, Abercrombie attorneys tried to argue that they were not fired due to racial discrimination. They were fired because, for a lack of better words, they were ugly. They just weren't good enough to work the floor ultimately. Abercrombie settled and they never admitted guilt. Abercrombie did settle for $40 million. They paid out to thousands of people, so they didn't really make that much money. But Abercrombie, however, was forced to sign a consent decree, basically agreeing to change their recruiting, hiring, and marketing practices, meaning that they would have to report to a court-appointed monitor for 6 years, which sounds very serious. It sounds very committed, but it's not. Nothing happens if they miss a benchmark. They just had to hire a VP of diversity to promote diversity training for all employees with hiring authority, which again doesn't really change anything because they just start calling front of house retail employees models. This is the loophole I'm telling you about, because if you call them a model, you can technically discriminate on aesthetics. Models have to aesthetically look a certain way that fits the brand's image, whereas everyone working in the back of the store, stocking shelves, or in the back stock rooms, they were called impact employees. I guess they're impacting the store, but also impact, that's like basically saying diversity hire. Impact employee?
That's crazy. So they got a lawsuit for discriminating.
Yes.
And they're like, okay, I'm sorry. Here's some money. And I'm going to do it again.
Yeah.
But smarter this time, quote unquote.
It's a legal loophole. One former employee says, the idea was that calling their minimum wage retail employees models, Abercrombie could get away with anything that a modeling agency could get away with. They had to add an updated clause to their lookbook for employees that now reads, for example, head coverings including baseball caps are not permitted for certain purposes such as religion or disability. However, associates may be permitted to wear approved head coverings. And another statement that reads, diversity. Abercrombie employees represent American style. America is diverse. We want diversity in our stores. Which is like the dumbest diversity blurb I've ever read in my life. A few netizens who allegedly work at Abercrombie during this time said, nothing really changed by adding those clauses. One writes, I got written up for having a sunburn when I worked there. The seriousness of it all, just for me to be standing at the front of the store saying, hey, what's up, is absurd. Another netizen writes, I got a $20 class action settlement for working here during this policy, LOL, crying face. Which another netizen responds, all that for $7.25 an hour to bring up some clothes? There were petitions at the time stating Abercrombie's brand is discrimination. They rooted themselves in discrimination at every single level. Side note, they really do. They were also sued for not having an accessible entrance to their store, one of their sister stores, Hollister, violating their Americans with Disabilities Act. Which, side note, they tried to argue, well, technically it's fine, okay? There are steps, there's no ramp, there's steps, which nobody that is wheelchair bound could potentially ever possibly use safely, but it's fine because, quote, Hollister is like a fantasy of Southern California. It's all about hot lifeguards and beautiful beaches, young and fun. Hollister never takes life too seriously. The reason that specific store has no way for anyone with a wheelchair to get inside is because, quote, well, the entrance is supposed to look like an entry to a house in SoCal that you would walk up onto the porch or walk down onto the porch to enter like you do at a beach house.
What are these arguments?
The company's attorneys argued the stepped porches aren't discriminatory because they're visual displays that all customers, even disabled ones, can enjoy. The judge did not care. They are truly out here to offend and discriminate every single person known to existence, except a small group of super skinny, super rich white people who probably, hopefully, were so offended that they don't want to be a part of that either. The alleged former manager that did the AMA on Reddit says, if a person talks, looks, or acts gay, they're not supposed to be hired. This company builds itself on people. People are its only advertisement, they say. The people they put on a pedestal are straight, clean, young, usually white, people with clear skin and natural looks. Yeah, that means they must act and dress straight.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
And I still, like, all of that. And they were hyped, so hyped for so long.
Yes.
Is it because, like, maybe social media was in that event back then? So nobody can talk about these issues?
I do think we have come a long way. I don't know if people who grew up in minority-dominated areas can resonate, but growing up in a white-dominated area, I definitely think that it was very normal to feel the pressure to be a part of that group. Yeah, but then nowadays it's like, oh, I love being me.
Right.
But eventually, this all catches up to them. And the first to fall is Bruce Weber. Some say the main photographer for Abercrombie at the time, Bruce Weber, they don't call him Creepy Santa Claus for no reason. Those working with Abercrombie would later state and allege that there's something called being Bruceified. It's when a model gets a call to come to Bruce's hotel room privately to talk about future modeling opportunities. Or you go on a long walk with Bruce. You know when that person gets a call for a long walk, they're getting Bruceified.
Wait, is Bruceified in this lawsuit as well?
Bruce is not.
Bruce is not.
But he has his own lawsuits pending. Civil lawsuits, yes. Many, like over a dozen allegations. Yeah, one model who worked with Bruce claims it's presented as an option, but it really isn't. Even nudity on sets, quote, the model that didn't go nude were always cut on day 2, and those who did would stay for additional shoot days. The boys who would socialize with Bruce after the shoots alone in his hotel room would get booked for longer, with a carrot of major campaigns being dangled in front of them. Sometimes models didn't even know why they had to be nude on set. It didn't even make sense. One model who worked with Bruce said, it unfolded slowly. He's directing you, and the peak of the moment is when you're fully exposed and being told to hold that pose, and you're wondering, what are these pictures even for? Because you're not on set. You're thinking, this is not what I'm getting paid for. Unfortunately, it doesn't get worse. Bruce allegedly had these breathing exercises. Many male models have come forward to say, yeah, that's not what the breathing exercises were. Let's be real. They allege that Bruce would have the model remove all their clothes. The model would then place his hand on his own chest. Bruce would put his hands on top of the male model's hands, like they're in a strange naked play, except Bruce is fully clothed. Bruce Weber would allegedly have each of the models go lower and lower with their hands, as he's allegedly guiding them, but he's not. I guess if you really want to be technical, he's not really touching them, but allegedly he said, the purpose of the exercise was so that the models could breathe and see how the energy flows in their body, and the energy seemed to always allegedly flow straight to their privates. Once they start rubbing their own genitals by coercion, by force, by choice, it's unclear, Bruce would allegedly take the male model's hand and eventually move it over to his own trousers. It's claimed he would have the male model rub his genitals through his pants by guiding their hands. One model states, I remember him putting his fingers in my mouth and him grabbing my privates. We never had or anything, but a lot of things happened, a lot of touching, a lot of molestation. But the models were told this was to help keep them vulnerable in a photo shoot. And that if they're vulnerable, they're gonna go a lot further in their modeling career. If they're not vulnerable, You can imagine what happens. One former model says that he was on a photo shoot site. He gets a call. Day 3 photo shoot, there's a bunch of models there. He says it was day 3, all of a sudden the phone rings and I'm like, oh, I know what that is. Hey Bobby, so I'm sending a car for you to come over and it's Bruce. I want you to come over to the hotel and we can talk. And at this moment, the moment is like, I'm not going. Like, I'm gonna go home or not, right? So I tell him, yeah, so I'm not gonna be able to make it. He was like, what? No, you have to come. It's gonna be great for your career. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm cool, Bruce, but thank you very much. And all of a sudden, we hang up. My phone rings in probably 1 minute. Let's just say less than 2 minutes. It rang again, and I was like, hello? I pick it up, and it's like, hey, Bobby, unfortunately, you're gonna be cut, and your flight is ready. Get your bags ready, and then you have a flight out tonight. It was just like that instant. It was done. One male model filed a lawsuit against Bruce Weber for inappropriate touching during a casting session. He said he was 28, Bruce was 69, a full 48 years older. He alleges that he goes to Bruce's house and Bruce immediately pressures him to take off his clothes. And ultimately, the lawsuit alleges Bruce forces the model to rub his own privates because he looks too, quote, tense. While the suit claims Bruce is sitting there whispering creepy things like, if you just had the confidence, you would go really far. How far do you want to make it? How ambitious are you? Then Bruce allegedly put his fingers into the male model's mouth and kissed him on his way out of the apartment. That is not the only one that's spoken out about alleged misconduct by Bruce. Another male model alleges that Bruce kept telling him to dress completely nude for Calvin Klein, which the model didn't think made sense because, what do you mean? He later realized the nude photos were for Bruce to show Calvin of Calvin Klein. I guess to approve or not approve, I don't know. But he alleged that it was very uncomfortable and Bruce would get mad when he said no. Also, he asked him if he and his brother could pretend to be boyfriends during the photo shoot, which they both refused because that's disgusting. They claimed that when they said no, they were subjected to verbal abuse, and they believe Bruce blacklisted them from the industry after that, which I'm not saying this as a fact. I would not be able to tell you that, but a female photographer, Jessie English, who spent a few years assisting famous male photographers, said, the attitude at the time on sets was insane. It was like this: if I need to touch you between your legs or grab your breasts so that you have the right look on your face, that's just the way it is. For example, one alleged victim states that after a casting, he left in sheer terror because allegedly Bruce tried to stick the male model's hands down Bruce's pants. When he tells Bruce's agent, the response was not what he was expecting. The agent just states, that's all he did? You should have gone further. Bruce has since denied all the allegations. But the number of accusations, netizens are quite suspicious. Additionally, they're wondering, did Mike Jeffries really not know? And if he did, how much did he know? One former model states, and we can infer from his statement that Mike Jeffries allegedly knew it all. He says, it felt like they were always implementing a new step in the process at Abercrombie, like during the photo shoots. One of which was, you had to go into like this tent that was closed off, and it was just Bruce Weber and Mike Jeffries in there. Literally, it was an interview to see if they liked your personality, who you were, and what you brought to the table. The holidays are the perfect opportunity to spend time with family, exchange gifts, and even pick up a new hobby. I don't know, there's something about New Year's being right around the corner. I'm like, I am about to do something crazy this year. But what if I told you? So you save time and money, plus member dollars. In a single year alone, Mike Jeffries was making around $71 million, making him one of the highest paid executives in the world at the time. One journalist describes Mike Jeffries as the Willy Wonka of the fashion industry. They state, quirky, perfectionist, control freak. One person says, you want to look at this guy? I mean, a lot of people say, look his beard. Certainly, he's probably insane, but he's also unbelievably brilliant and extremely driven. Another industry expert says, I think he is one of the greatest merchants in the United States. In fact, other merchants and designers and everybody, honestly, were trying to get in front of Mike to have him say, yes, this is that was the goal. People who worked directly with Mike Jeffries said he was tireless. The guy was very energetic and boisterous. He just never stopped working for the brand. Thinking about the brand, he would wear Abercrombie blue jeans, a navy blue polo shirt, leather flip-flops with a leather belt. He was an incredibly big personality. He would explode in a room. But is he a mad genius? Abercrombie's whole approach isn't particularly original. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but the brand is a mixture of two. It's a mixture of Calvin Klein and Ralph Lauren. Calvin Klein was one of the first brands to merge youth culture and their selling points. Ralph Lauren is selling the all-American preppiness. So they merged the two. That's Mike Jeffries' great idea, I guess. Word association would be fraternity, boarding school, WASP, upper class, preppy with money. One former employee would say, just aspirational enough, but not so expensive that it was out of reach. The fundamental idea is that fashion is selling us belonging, confidence, hope. You know, in so many ways, the very last thing that it's selling is actually the garments. Abercrombie sold a dream. It was almost like a fantasy, like a young person's fantasy. Even the bags had the half-naked, ripped guys on there. Do you remember? In black and white, you'd see people walking around the mall with those bags. Some girls would cut out those guys from the bag and post them on their lockers.
Oh my God, yes.
Or cover their textbooks with them. I mean, he is, at the end of the day, a pretty good marketer. He would have these posters in his office that had a line down the middle. This is what Abercrombie is. This is what it isn't. What Abercrombie is, the dog is a golden retriever. It is not a standard poodle. The Abercrombie college kid drives a Jeep. He does not drive a sedan. He would host little meetings around the fire pit to discuss how much money the company is making. The beginning years were around 165 million, then 235 million, then 335, 522, 816, and finally billions of dollars of sales per year. One retail marketing consultant said, it is one of the best examples of a brand that is incredibly focused and disciplined about its retail execution. It's very targeted, precise, executed, and nothing is left to chance. And obviously, it sells. Mike Jeffries says, I think what we represent is healthy. It's playful. It's not dark. It's not degrading. And it's not gay. And it's not straight. It's not black. And it's not white. It's not about labels that be cynical and we're not cynical. It's all depicting this wonderful camaraderie, friendship, playfulness that exists in this generation and candidly does not exist in the older generation.
But then, like, how did it all went down here? Like, it was so hot back in the days, and then all of a sudden, it got down.
Oh yeah, okay, we're gonna get into there. They used to have this Abercrombie Quarterly magazine, which was just a picture book of very photos. It said that in one quarterly, you could not see a sweater or a garment until page 122. Yeah. They just had a magazine.
What does that mean? You don't see it until...
Everyone's naked until page 122. You might see one sweater. An HR rep told an employee, I mean, you could write Abercrombie with dog on a baseball hat and sell it for $40. That's where we're at right now. It's awesome. Fascinatingly enough, Mike Jeffries' career was not doing great until Leslie Wexner hired him as the CEO of Abercrombie, which is interesting because it makes you wonder, why did he hire him then? The company that Mike Jeffries was CEO of was failing. Would you really want to make him a CEO of a company that you just purchased that is also failing? Unless there's another reason. Maybe you guys have a deep, deep friendship and connection or something. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying it's very intriguing. Prior to Abercrombie, Mike Jeffries was the president of Alcott and Andrews. Positioned itself as an upscale professional clothing line for women. They were failing for a lot of reasons. And it's just fascinating. Why bring a failing president to take over a currently failing brand? Maybe you saw something special in Mike Jeffries. If you ask Mike Jeffries, he'll probably give you a very PR answer. Mike would say that it all started when he was 5 years old. He was growing up in LA, where his dad owned a party supply store. Mike was obsessed with organizing, reorganizing, designing the windows and the counters. He would scream at his parents, we need another store, we need another store. I always wanted to expand and get bigger, and I would get off on saying, why do we do the fixtures like this? Why don't we do it this way? That totally turned me on. Seemingly, working at Abercrombie would be the best career choice of Mike Jeffries' life. Not for everybody else, but for him. He's selling meets the Ivy League. That's the vision. And they're bringing it all to the other sub-brands that Abercrombie creates. They start selling these little triangle push-up bras. That's what they call them. Push-up bikini tops. They're striped. They come in black, red, blue, just triangles and strings for $24.50. This becomes a whole controversy because the problem is this is in the newly launched Abercrombie Kids section for little girls 8 to 14 years old. Which is not even the worst scandal they were on. On the contrary, they actually sold thongs for literal children. They had thongs, and the phrases on there would say, eye candy, wink wink. What the hell is going on right now? Parents are upset. They're saying this gets young girls to think that about themselves in that way before it's even developmentally appropriate. To which Abercrombie released a statement saying, yeah, okay, we will take out the push-up part of the bikini, but you can still buy them. And the company responds, you think it's weird? You think it's weird that children wear stuff like this? You're weird. They state that the underwear was created with the intention of being lighthearted and cute. And if you think it's weird, then it's, quote, purely in the eye of the beholder. Mike Jeffries would even later say, that was a bunch of bullshit. People said we were cynical, that we were little girls, but you know what? I still think those are cute underwear for little girls. And I think everybody who gets on a bandwagon about thongs for little girls is crazy, just crazy. There's so much craziness about in this country. It's nuts. I can see getting upset about letting your girl hang out with a bunch of old pervs, but why would you let your girl hang out with a bunch of old pervs? Just such a weird response. One journalist writes about Mike Jeffries, and for a man obsessed with creating an emotional experience for his customers, he comes off as oddly sexual. He is touchy-feely with some of his employees, both male and female, but the touch is decidedly paternal. Mike Jeffries has a wife and a son. The son is full grown, and I believe he and his wife live separately. They're pretty separated. Because one person talking about Mike Jeffries said, when he ran Abercrombie, he always sold clothes to women and girls. But I think most people saw and responded to was the male image in the male form. And it appears that Mike Jeffries included. Because it's a well-known secret that Mike Jeffries is gay. He has a blown-up torso of a man's abs hanging over his fireplace. Some people said, you just knew he was gay. And he sort of became a gay icon in the fashion world. Him and his partner, Matthew Smith. Matthew Smith is a very, very private person. There's probably a handful of pictures of him out there. Here's what the public does know about him. He is British. Interesting, right? Another Jeffrey Epstein connection, Ghislaine Maxwell. Perhaps 60 years old now. Mike Jeffries was 20 years older than him. He's kind of seen as Mike Jeffries' shadow. He doesn't actually work for Abercrombie, but he was very influential in every decision in the company, which is fascinating considering he's not an employee, executive, or a board member, but he allegedly had considerable power. He was involved in all the internal meetings. One former employee says, I can't think of a time where Mike went anywhere independently without Matthew. He was the one that allegedly created the manual for the executive Abercrombie jet, which included 40 pages of highly detailed instructions, including what kind of underwear aircraft staff should wear, which again, reminiscent of Ghislaine Maxwell. Which, side note, some employees were nervous about this. They said they were concerned because if Matthew Smith made a decision that would negatively impact the company, technically he would be cleared of responsibility. Aside from that, nobody really knew anything about Mike Jeffries and Matthew Smith and their private lives. They say if he has a life outside of work, it's not something people knew about. And they didn't until decades later when he and Matthew Smith, along with James Jacobson, the man with no nose, are arrested for trafficking. So where does Abercrombie fall? In 2001, a new Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire comes out. In the movie, there's this school bully. He's not even the villain of the movie. He's just a school bully. He's an obnoxious, dumb, loud jock, like a caricature. Interestingly enough, in every single scene, he is purposely dressed head to toe in Abercrombie. One former employee at Abercrombie said, that's when he knew the brand was gonna fail. That's when he knew. Because that's not looking good. That's no longer a cool person.
Really?
However, one expert disagrees and believes that Twilight was the start of the downfall of Abercrombie. They said that after that movie, quote, pale, skinny hipsters were in trend, not beefcake dudes. Which is kind of a wild statement to make, but the point being, nobody cared for logos and branding anymore. In fact, wearing giant logos made you uncool, made you someone with no style, with your own personal taste. Bad quality probably didn't help either. One former employee said, we were forced to wear their leather sandals with no support or padding. Over time, employees' feet actually flattened. And then I hated wearing those tight pants or jeggings. They were so tight and you would get yeast infections and you can't move well enough to do your job. The dye on the jeans would actually make your legs turn blue if you wore them long enough. That's how the products were feeling, but they're asking for premium prices. On top of that, another former employee states, at some point, those kids that learned it wasn't cool to be bullied growing up, they grew up and they decided they didn't want to spend money at a place that made them feel bad. Exclusion just stopped being cool. There were these criticisms that Mike Jeffries is losing touch with keeping up with the customers' changing taste. He didn't lower prices at all during a recession. Abercrombie & Fitch no longer felt cool and exclusive. It just felt expensive. The brand was becoming, frankly, irrelevant, and shareholders were not happy that Mike Jeffries was leading the brand into irrelevancy, but was still paying himself $40 million a year. And I guess he could feel it, that he was gonna get ousted because he just quits out of nowhere. After 22 years, he resigns. Nobody hears from him again. His 22-year reign of the company is over, and he's not even walking away empty-handed. He leaves with a $27 million retirement package. And now he is being charged with trafficking. There are civil suits filed against him as well, and it appears that he is going to be fighting all of them. He has pled not guilty, and I think likely the argument is going to be that everybody consented. What's so insidious about all of this is I believe there will be a lot of victim blaming coming from the defense on this one. During the BBC investigation, they reached out to Mike Jeffries for comment. His attorney said, Mike Jeffries is an 80-year-old man and retired. In the years past, he has chosen not to comment on media reports, documentaries, and stories of any kind as they relate to his personal life, and does not plan on doing so now. Since his arrest, his attorneys have kept the same tone, stating, "We will respond in detail to the allegations when appropriate, but plan to do so in the courthouse, not in the media." Many of the male models feel like it's going to be a very uphill battle. Barrett, one of the victims, says, "I mean, no one was forcing me there with chains and pushing me into a room and ripping my clothes off the way that we often think of sexual abuse and it being violent, right? I wish it was that simple to say no. Did I want to kiss Mike Jeffries? No. Did I want to engage in activities in front of him? No. I mean, did I just want to leave? Yes. I think part of me disassociated. So yeah, I didn't say no, but I didn't say yes either. I didn't have control. This experience, I think it broke me. I think this stole any ounce of innocence that I had left. It mentally messed me up. But with the language I now have today, I can sit here and tell you that I was taken advantage of. Another victim states, "On one hand, I guess I could have left at any point, right? There was nobody there with a gun to my head. But on the other hand, it was like, this guy is the gatekeeper, and he's telling me he has the keys. I was so scared, I just wanted it to be over. I was like, what do we do so that I can get this over with so that I can leave?" Additionally, it's very hard for victims to come forward because they felt like it makes them look bad. One alleged victim states, "There's an immense amount of shame associated with this idea that you're not a masculine man if you've been molested or taken advantage of by another man." One legal expert says, "It's very normal that many of the victims went back. It's extremely common. You know, the reasons you normally see for returning is, one, I already did it. I did it. They broke me down. I have no self-worth anymore. I have no self-esteem. I feel worthless. Number two is the money. Okay, I got money. Sometimes they were paid like $2,500. I want to make sure I can justify what happened to me. And the third is the carrot. You've already come this far. You've already gone through something so terrible. But if you turn back now, you're not going to get the reward. You're not going to get the campaign." One male model turned journalist said, "The industry grooms you for this kind of stuff." He says, "You're told over and over and over again that if people don't want to have sex with you, how could you be a good male model? That means they don't find you beautiful, which means your whole career is kind of pointless because you're not a beautiful model." To the point where he says, "I always wanted people to like me. I would almost get offended if they didn't want to have sex with me. That's how I got groomed. That's how it worked in my mind. I didn't even realize how bad it was until I got out." And when it happens, the models hate it. They don't want it, but they try to reason with themselves. One casting director states, "Models are treated like shit. Just because some model posed for an overly like picture, that doesn't mean he or she is who that picture is. It's a complete insult to anyone who has ever been put in a compromising position to say, anyone could have just walked away, gotten up. That is not true." One victim states, "Jeffries was the kingpin. If it wasn't for him, like none of this would have existed from what I can tell." It's alleged that this is what Mike Jeffries wanted. He was the king of the castle. Matthew Smith was the one coordinating all of it. And James Jacobson, the man without the nose, was like a recruiter, like a little recruiting agent. He never formally worked with Abercrombie. He was the intermediary. He would reach out to models and say, "Hey, you want to meet the CEO? But first, you got to meet me in a hotel room before I let you go meet them."
And he will essay them too.
Allegedly, yes. One alleged victim said, "It flowed like a business would flow. It seemed very professional. I would wager that this involved a few hundred people, if not more, to coordinate all these fake casting calls, hotels, flights." In a lawsuit from the victims, they allege the venture had everything a trafficking organization needed: funding, infrastructure, the appearance of legitimacy, and a complicit corporate institution. And I guess the feds are coming down now. One of the victims, David, was asked by the BBC what message he would have for Mike Jeffries and Matthew Smith if they're watching. And he says, "Was it worth it? Was all of this worth it? Did you get what you needed? Do you remember me?" Abercrombie, the company, has stated that they were not aware of the allegations of misconduct and that their new leadership had transformed the company into, quote, values-driven organization that we are today. Some of the victims are not so certain. They believe there are allegations out there that Abercrombie, at least many of the employees knew, that there was some hush money paid out to some victims through Abercrombie's funds. but it's unclear. Side note, Abercrombie has shifted its brand imaging. They now sell women's sizes up to 32. When Mike was in charge, they did not go above a 10. And it's working. Interestingly enough, Abercrombie was doing really well last year in 2023. Their stock performed better than Nvidia in 2023.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Fascinating. They were the top performing stock in the S&P 500 index for 2023.
You're kidding
I'm
me.
being so for real.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they performed better than Nvidia.
So what happened? Like the store came back, just start killing it?
They went viral with their sizing inclusivity and their new branding. They said that they were in a very interesting position because everybody already knew the name Abercrombie & Fitch, so they didn't need to bring awareness. They just needed campaigns to show the shift in branding.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very interesting. People say that they are intrigued to see how it shifts again because their target demographic right now, their main audience are millennials, and they wonder how that'll work to now include Gen Z in their marketing. Mike Jeffries has pled not guilty, which means, like I said, there's going to be a trial. And he has, interestingly enough, been released on a $10 million bond, which is a fifth of Diddy's bond proposal that has been rejected multiple times. I will say there's likely a few reasons why Mike's bond was accepted while Diddy's was not. First being, I mean, yeah, we do have to factor in race. Diddy's a black man, Mike Jeffries is a white man. But a few other reasons could be severity of charges. They both have trafficking charges, which honestly, I don't think anyone should be let out on bond for. But Diddy's indictment lists a whole list of other severe charges, including racketeering, kidnapping. I mean, they're both serious, but Mike Jeffries' indictment seems a little bit more limited in terms of scope. I'm not saying that the victims were less victimized, but I'm just saying in terms of the indictment and what the feds have, it seems limited in scope. There's also a belief, I guess this is the discretion of judges, that Diddy poses a stronger flight risk and a danger to the community. I mean, technically both are flight risks considering the amount of wealth that they've amassed, but I'm sure the video of Diddy in the hotel did not help his chances of getting bond. If you're going to do that in a hotel hallway, I mean, it's very hard for a judge to say you're not a danger to society. And lastly, age. Some legal experts think because Mike Jeffries is in his 80s now, it was easier for him to get bond. Honestly, I don't know if these are the reasons. It's hard to say when it's just two different judges. It could just be one of the reasons, or many of them, or all of them. I don't know. But Mike Jeffries has been released on bond with an electronic monitor until his trial. The judge states to him, Mr. Jeffries, you're putting your family at a financial risk if you do not return to court. If the defendant does not show up to the court, your house will go into foreclosure and you will owe the government $10 million. Most netizens are shocked that it took this long for something to be done. They comment, never realized he was exposed long before he was arrested. Poor victims. Falling like dominoes, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Another comments, Cat Williams wasn't joking about 2024. Or, all these elites seem to have skeletons in their closet. It's only a matter of time till they fall from their ivory towers. Why are they just arresting all these people now? All these rings and crimes have been going on for a long time now. Which another netizen feels frustration that Mike Jeffries is so old and he's just now being charged. They write, I'm guessing he had been doing that for years. They always wait until they're on their dying beds to arrest him. He's got like 2 full years of life left anyway. Another writes, a billionaire who is corrupt and does deplorable things secretly, what else is new? All these rich guys look like they would be into some weird things. Side note, I don't know if Mike Jeffries is a billionaire. Some netizens are more focused on his looks. He looks like the monster Dr. Frankenstein created. He does have some botched plastic surgery and fillers. And they comment, this is the guy that said ugly people shouldn't wear his company's clothes? He looks like one of those creatures off the Hills Have Eyes. Innocent till proven guilty, but very guilty of bad plastic surgery, is another comment. Some netizens think that Diddy is the reason that he's going down, which, just to clarify, the 3 in the indictment are, just like Diddy, innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. But also there's no proof that Diddy is involved in any way, shape, or form. But netizens are suspicious. They say, it's surreal when you realize the conspiracy theories weren't conspiracy theories at all. One comment reads, well, looks like Diddy has a new cellmate. Another netizen brings up his connection with Epstein, writing, just say no to anyone named Jeffrey or Jeffries. One comment reads, people like Mike Jeffries and Sean Combs aren't the only ones out here participating in this type of inappropriate, predator, and deviant behavior. There are others out there, they just haven't been caught yet. Or another comment reads, the bigger story is why cops ignored this for 30 years. This freak preyed on young men for over 20 years and y'all wait until he's 80 years old to prosecute him? Get out of here. They are facing 15 years to life in prison. Mike Jeffries is 80 years old, his partner Matthew Smith is 61, and James Jacobson is now 71. If you or anyone you know are victims of this case, call the FBI. They are still gathering leads and witnesses. 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI is the tip line. But that is what is going on with the ex-CEO of Abercrombie.
Yeah, well, like, he's 80, so it sounds like he's been doing this his whole life.
Yeah.
And he almost got away with it.
And yeah, he might still just get away with it.
It's crazy. And then, like you said, like if even one operation hundreds of people know, that means in his whole life, like how many people know? It just sounds like the whole industry is so dark, and there's so much of these types of things going on.
It just feels like Hollywood, the entertainment industry, the fashion industry, there's these reckonings that keep happening. And I don't know if anything's getting fixed. It doesn't seem like it. It just seems like you just wait until the next one falls, and then it becomes a whole conversation discourse of like, we can't let this happen, and then it just happens again until the next one. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what an alternative would be. Like, we're just all on the outside thinking, how can this not happen again? What are your thoughts? Leave it in the comments. And please stay safe and never see anyone else.
Someone owes me a $5.
A few months ago, to celebrate my friend's birthday, I went on a Victory Casino cruise. And not only did everyone get seasick almost immediately, but we also lost all the money we brought in to gamble with. It was one of the best days of my life. For a good portion of the past century, getting on a boat that reeks of piss and wobbling your way out just far enough into the ocean so that laws don't exist anymore was one of the only ways to legally gamble in the United States. It had such a convoluted barrier of entry that most people could go their entire lives without ever being tempted to do it. Just don't go to Nevada and you'll probably never see a casino. In 2024, this is no longer the case.
Only on FanDuel. DraftKings. MGM. Prize Picks.
Underdog.
Hard Rock Bet. Belly Bet. Points Bet. ESPN Bet. 365. Smack me in the mouth with all of.
If you watch any sports at all, ads for sports betting have become inescapable. Even if you muted every commercial and closed your eyes until the game came back on, it's still plastered everywhere. DraftKings promos pop up in the middle of a play. There's BetMGM billboards behind home plate. FanDuel logos on the court, on the microphone. They come at you from every angle, pepper spraying you in the face so you don't notice they just pulled your pants down. They've made it so watching sports and betting on sports are just two sides of the same coin. Like you can't have one without the other. It's become so normalized that it might be easy to forget that gambling can be kind of bad, actually. About 10 million people in the U.S. alone struggle with gambling in some way, a good portion of which are under the age of 25. Gambling addicts attempt suicide at a rate 15 times higher than the general population. The average debt of a gambling addict can range from $15,000 to $90,000. But where most people would see this as a problem, a few people saw it as an opportunity. All that extra money that could be siphoned from struggling families and into the pockets of like 12 CEOs. And we're not doing that because... So in 2018, the Supreme Court overruled the federal ban on sports betting. And since then, Americans have collectively lost over $245 billion on it. That's almost $1,000 per person. And that number was from last year. But the bombardment of playful advertising filled with famous celebrities, which we can think is just a harmless harmless, fun game you can play on your phone. Kevin Hart, Post Malone, Chris Rock, LeBron James, Kevin Hart, Peyton Manning, Jamie Foxx, Eric Andre, Patton Oswalt, Vanessa Hudgens, the guy from that Kendrick Lamar song, Kevin Hart. Even the Talk Tua podcast is sponsored by Better. Why is it always the people you trust the most?
You don't need to know everything about every sport. Good, because I don't. Yeah, me either. All you need is a feeling and fun.
That is such a bold way to advertise your product. You don't have to know anything about sports in order to bet on them. In fact, we would prefer you didn't. Look, this guy's just chilling in a hot tub. He doesn't even know what sport he bet on, and he won money. So go ahead, just open the app and start mashing buttons. I don't know, like, where do you think they got all the money to shell out to these celebrities? Could it be that maybe Prize Picks isn't the secret gateway to riches beyond my wildest imagination? Maybe they're just trying to get my debit card number so they can take all my disposable income. Whether or not you think sports betting should be illegal, and I'm not even necessarily saying it should be, the fact that they're allowed to advertise it like this is fucking insane. Imagine a cigarette commercial that was like, oh my god, this is so good. This is the best I've ever felt in my life. Typically, the only tobacco ads you see are like anti-vaping PSAs, and I hope there's a future where advertising for betting apps is regulated in a similar way. You can still bet on sports, you can still smoke cigarettes if you want to, it's not illegal, but you're not bombarded with the temptation to do it every time you turn on a basketball game. Even though it's only been 6 years since the federal ban on sportsbooks was overturned, technology has already evolved well beyond what was available at the time. And now that gambling has gone from being in a place you have to go to do it, to being accessible on your phone at any moment, there's nothing stopping these apps from trying to lure you in constantly. And they're really good at doing that.
Addiction is intensified, he says, by how much the gambling companies know about each user. That data is used to tailor offers and push notifications to keep the guy in action.
They knew the life stage, the customer life stage he was at, so win back, they described it. So people that have given up gambling for a while and they're trying to get them to come back.
Just by using these apps, you're giving them data about your gambling habits, which they can then weaponize against you. If they realize around 2 p.m. every Sunday is when you're most likely to interact with the app because you're watching 19 games at once and you're starting to get a little restless, they can tailor-make a push notification just for you. Maybe they'll boost the odds of a third-quarter Tyreek Hill touchdown, or they'll show you a parlay that 50,000 other people have bet on, and that many people can't all be wrong. Let's talk about parlays for a second, because I think that's one of the biggest contributors to the exponential rise of sports betting.
It's parlay time.
Put simply, a parlay is when you combine multiple bets into one bet, significantly decreasing the odds of it hitting, but massively boosting the payout you'll win if it does. It's basically the difference between winning a few dollars for correctly calling one coin flip, or winning thousands of dollars if you can get that coin to land on heads 12 times in a row. You're so distracted by the possibility of how much you could win that you're not even considering the fact that you definitely won't. Parlays are the lottery ticket of sports betting, and these apps have made it so easy to make one whenever you want. The only thing stopping you from putting together a parlay that frankly doesn't even make sense is your own imagination. Because of parlays, I think for a lot of people, gambling has become death by 1,000 paper cuts. Maybe instead of losing a lot of money all at once, you're just losing a little bit of money all the time. Sometimes you'll even lose money in a way that feels like you almost won. Oh, 5 out of 6, I was so close. But that means I'll definitely win next time. My only personal experience with online sports betting was a couple years ago when I saw Underdog Fantasy was offering to match your first deposit up to $100. And I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. I watch a lot of football. Maybe I can finally make back some of the money I spent over the years supporting my stupid, shitty team. So I put in $100. They doubled it. And slowly, over the course of the next 2 months, I lost $25 every week until it was all gone. Now, if I'm being honest, I think this was actually best case scenario for me. I consider myself lucky that the few times I've tried gambling, it hasn't gone well for me, because I have no positive association with it. In the same way that I have no desire to smoke cigarettes, because the first time I did, I smoked 2 back-to-back for some reason and was nauseous the rest of the night. I have no desire to gamble because I've only ever lost money doing it. So even though Underdog managed to get $100 out of me, I actually think they would have preferred if I won a little bit first. When betting apps give out these kind of introductory offers, it's not just so they can get a bunch of free money, although that's definitely part of it. They're trying to create a customer for life.
Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. $5 get $200 back. $250.
$2,000. Online sportsbooks know that the best way to get people addicted to their product is to make that first big win as easy as possible. So they'll lure you in with an offer that seems too good to be true, because all of that is pennies compared to what they're raking in from the people who are hooked. They give you free money to start with. They'll let you try again if your first bet doesn't work. They'll let you throw in one leg of a parlay that has essentially a 100% chance of hitting. They are desperate to make sure you have a good time. They want every time you see that app icon on your phone to think about the rush you felt when you turned $5 into $100, so you keep chasing that feeling forever. I just managed to outsmart them by being so unbelievably bad at sports betting that I never even came close to winning. But because I was curious to see how much online sports gambling has evolved since I tried it a couple years ago, and because I would never leave a stone unturned in the pursuit of research, I decided for this video I should try it one more time. So I signed up for the only legal sports book in my home state of Florida, which I assume is named after famous internet sex symbol Hard Rock Nick.
Their introductory offer is that they'll give you another chance to bet if your first one doesn't win. On the surface, that almost sounds like free money, but it's not like you can bet once, lose, and then just take your money back. You still have to give them the money. You're probably just going to lose twice for the price of one. But hey, check this out. I've already unlocked a 1x multiplier, which means for every dollar I earn, I walk away with $1.
I spent the next 12 minutes hard at work concocting the smartest and most guaranteed parlays the world has ever seen. With all my bets placed, I could finally sit back, relax, and enjoy a stress-free Sunday afternoon.
Oh my god.
Hardpoint locked down. Why did I bet on Kirk Cousins? Why did I take the over on Curtis Martin's rushing yards? He retired in 2007.
The next few hours felt like a roller coaster, but in spite of it all, I was determined to come out on top.
Guess who has 2 thumbs and just won $9.52? This guy. My other thumb's holding the phone.
I was down, but now I'm... And since I only lost 5 other bets, I was just $61 from breaking even.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Drew, how could you have possibly known the Bills were going to beat a team significantly worse than them? What are you, some kind of genius? No. I prefer Savant. The truth is, none of this would have been possible without my good luck charm, Michael McCorkle Jones. You can look it up. That's his real name. Ever since I saw him hit the gritty at the Pro Bowl a few years ago, I knew I needed a metal poster of him to hang up on my wall. And thanks to today's sponsor, Display, that's finally possible. Are you tired of waking up to your boring, empty walls? You try to hang up posters, but your hammer didn't come with instructions, so you don't know how to use it. Well, why don't you go ahead and throw that thing in the trash? Because you don't need one to hang up a display. Displays are high-quality metal posters that help you show off all your favorite interests, whether it's Elden Ring, Halo 3, or a Minion from the movie Minions. And the best part is you can hang them up in a matter of seconds without any tools and without putting any holes in your walls. Display has over 2 million artworks to choose from, including tons of officially licensed designs from brands like Marvel, Star Wars, and Minions from the movie Minions. They've even got a product called Textra that brings your posters to life with tactile textures and 3D contours. Finally, a poster that's fun to touch. If you've been procrastinating your holiday shopping, there's never been a better time to snag a display. Not only are they great gifts for anyone in your life, but they're celebrating Black Friday with their biggest discount of the year. You can get up to 44% off your order by going to the link in the description, display.com/Drew Gooden, or by using my code Drew at checkout. Thank you to Display for sponsoring today's video, which unfortunately will now continue. All right, so I've been using
Using this app for a little over a week now, and even though I did win a few more bets, all I've really managed to do is turn my initial $100 into zero. It's all gone. I think they know they're on the verge of losing me for good because they're really ramping up the notifications. Most days I'm getting at least one every hour. They even offered me another second chance bet, this time up to $500. They are so confident based on everything I've shown them so far that it seems they're willing to give me any amount of money because it doesn't matter, I'm just going to lose it all anyway. Even in my very limited time using this app, I can already see the traps they're setting for me, and I am falling for them. For some reason, I've done multiple parlays that are contingent upon something happening at the beginning of a game. They offer a bunch of bets that are based on first quarter stats, and I realized firsthand why they do this. Because that one leg can cook your entire parlay immediately. But at that point, you've already committed to betting on this game, and there's so much more game to bet on. So you do. And before you know it, you're betting on Keyshawn George to make 5 threes? Why did I do that? I don't even know who that is. Why did I think Jake Paul was gonna knock out Mike Tyson? That fight was never ending in a knockout. They punched each other like 4 times. Obviously, they were just in it for the money, and I knew that going into it. I only did this bet because they boosted my odds, and they only boosted my odds because they knew it wasn't going to happen anyway. It's 2024. How am I still getting scammed by Jake Paul? And on the flip side, when I do win a bet, sometimes I'm not even that happy about it because I'm just like, I should have bet more. You start getting carried away doing the math. I turned $10 into $30, but I could have turned 100 into 300, 1,000 into 3,000. Oh my God. It's infinite money. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things about gambling is that sometimes it works. It's a hobby that technically could go well for you if you get very lucky and quit at the exact right time, which you won't, and the casinos are banking on the fact that you won't. Problem gamblers aren't just chasing a feeling, they're chasing this idea that maybe they'll win the lottery. A lot of gamblers can recognize that they have a problem, but see the problem as the way out of the problem.
I think the feeling at the time was if you can just get lucky here somewhere, then potentially there's a way of making this all go away. I suppose the flip side to that as well, Aaron, is it was enabling me to just gamble as much as I wanted as well.
If I just have one good day, I can win it all back. Yes, I've dug this huge hole for myself, but if I just keep digging, I might be able to find that diamond I've been desperately searching for. But the sad reality is, even if you find the diamond, you're just gonna feel so good doing it that you'll probably dive right back into the mines looking for another one.
The truth of it is, if I'd have had that big win, I would have just spent it anyway.
A lot of the higher-ups at these companies will refuse any responsibility for creating new gambling addicts over the past few years. They'll make the argument that they're just addicted to their phone, and our app just happens to be on it.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of betting makes the phone more addictive than just tooling around Instagram?
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really?
Hey, they'd be gambling anyway, whether it's on our app that sends 30 push notifications a day and is linked to their bank account, or only available in a state on the other side of the country, is totally irrelevant. And while there are obviously some people for whom that is true, you cannot deny the fact that making it so goddamn easy to bet anything at any time is leading to more people gambling who wouldn't have otherwise. You're dangling a piece of candy inches away from people's faces and then saying, hey, it's not our fault they grabbed it. They still would have grabbed it even if it was 2,000 miles away. Since this is all still relatively new in the U.S., maybe we'll see more legislation in the future to combat this avalanche. In some countries, they no longer allow celebrities to appear in sportsbook ads, or they've banned the ads from appearing during sporting events altogether. America is still in this Wild West infancy where all these apps are just scrambling to find a way onto your phone before regulations start kicking in. but maybe in the future? Nah, I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to imagine that happening. I think it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the tube. The leagues are making too much money off it already. Of course they want to shove betting apps down everyone's throats. It gives people more of a reason to watch the games, especially bad ones. While most people would turn off a 20-point blowout in the fourth quarter, you're still glued to the screen because you need CeeDee Lamb to get 12 more yards for your parlay to hit. They've figured out a way to make every moment matter, even if it doesn't.
You want to make every game interesting? Step one, open the BetMGM Sportsbook. You know what to do.
It's not just sports, though. It seems like these days you can gamble on absolutely anything. You can bet on celebrity breakups. You can bet on which White Lotus character will return in season 3. You can bet on the presidential election. And oh my God, so many people did. Hundreds of millions of dollars were tied up in political bets this year. And if that's not indicative of a nationwide gambling epidemic, I don't know what is. But I'll admit, I'm a little conflicted about this. Because on one hand, gamifying every aspect of our lives only gives more power to those with influence. It creates a financial incentive for spreading deliberate misinformation. It can make you question the motive behind everything you see and hear. But on the other hand, XQC lost $700,000 betting on the election, and that's really funny. If you don't know who XQC is, he's a streamer who, at least in every clip I've seen of him, seems to be speaking a language he invented and no one else can understand. He's also one of the many streamers who've massively increased their wealth over the past few years by taking sponsorships from offshore crypto-based online casinos, helping them and the website they stream it on explode in popularity. At almost any point of any day, you can go to the slots tab on kick.com and see someone who is zonked out of their mind. Eyes bloodshot red, 12 hours into non-stop slot spins, desperately trying to win back all the money they've lost so far, oftentimes in a situation so dire that even the chat, with no personal stakes involved and only there for entertainment, is begging them to stop. But they can't. They're on autopilot. Every loss is money that needs to be won back, and every win is just more money to gamble with. I randomly opened this guy's stream one day and watched in real time as he won almost $100,000 and then say this.
95K, that's fucking huge. We're a tenth of the way back.
A tenth? This dude was down $1 million on Big Bass Bash? Now, to most people watching, it's pretty easy to say, hey man, you should probably quit while you're ahead. No, 100,000 isn't $1 million, but it's a lot more than zero. The problem is someone in this state of mind isn't capable of seeing it that way. He's not even in Thursday afternoon with the rest of us. He's still on the tail end of Wednesday night. So the rational part of his brain, too subdued to muster anything more than a mumble, asks his chat if he should end it there.
Of the better leave.
They all scream, of course you should, but it falls on deaf ears. He's yet to stop spamming spins for even a second. This man is no longer in control of his actions. He's a zombie, relegated to the passenger seat of his own mind as it careens towards the conclusion everyone watching knows is inevitable. But there's nothing he can do to stop the momentum.
I have to quit at a certain point. I have to give up. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Oh my God. At a certain point, I gotta give up. Dude, that dog demolished the balance. Oh my God. That's crazy. Lost over $1 million today. There's nothing in there.
All he can do now is sit in the reality of what just happened.
Dude.
Come to terms with the fact that despite his and everyone else's better judgment, he got doghouse.
Doghouse is what did it. Dude, doghouse is what defeated me. I got doghouse. I got a doghouse. I got a full doghouse. Full doghouse, dude. Full doghouse. Full fucking doghouse, dude. Dude. I got doghouse.
Did I just watch this guy ruin his life? I don't know. actually. The thing is, it's hard to take streams like this at face value. There's a very well-documented history of streamers on Kick high-stakes gambling with money that was given to them by the website they're playing on. So not only are the stakes not high, but it's technically not even gambling. It's just promotion. The entire goal of these streams is just to make the people watching them think they too can go win life-changing money on asscoin.com. So maybe this is all bullshit. Maybe the only real thing about these streams are the holes he punched into the wall behind him. Maybe he'll miraculously be back in a couple days with a suspiciously large balance after seeming to lose everything. But clips like this are just the flip side of an online ecosystem currently doing everything it can to convince impressionable teenagers scrolling through TikTok and YouTube shorts that gambling is awesome, actually, and you gotta start doing it.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bang, 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 bang.
That's a great feeling, man.
Now, some people have accused these websites of rigging the odds in favor of the streamers, so it's easier for them to farm these clips. And as far as I'm aware, there's no proof of that. I think the misrepresentation of odds here is simply due to the fact that these websites can just keep depositing money into their accounts whenever they lose, giving them unlimited funds to play with.
Unless Roulette's gonna give me free money, I think that's like actually it. We really just need Howie to give us a ton of free money.
If you're given infinite money, you can just keep betting until you hit a jackpot. For them, there's no such thing as rock bottom, a philosophy that very much does not translate to real life. In real life, you can hit rock bottom, and when you do, there's no texting Howie to get yourself out of it. What's especially concerning about these kinds of streams is that while sports betting apps are at least targeting mostly grown men, the majority audience for a lot of these streamers are teenagers and young adults. People whose brains have not finished developing yet. People who would have a harder time distinguishing between entertainment and real life and have less of an ability to evaluate risk compared to people much older than them. It is statistically proven that people who are exposed to gambling at a young age are more likely to develop problems with it later in life. So maybe don't do this. Is that too much to ask? Now, there are a few different types of gambling streamers. There are the ones like Aiden Ross, who have been very transparent about the fact that money is the only thing that matters to them, and there's no line they would be unwilling to cross in pursuit of it. Then there's streamers like Steve Will Do It, who admitted in an interview with CoffeeZilla that the only reason he started taking these sponsorships was because he used to have a gambling problem, and it was a way for him to continue to gamble without having to use his own money. In other words, he knows from personal experience the harm a gambling addiction can cause, but he has no problem promoting that to other people as long as it's not his money they're losing. But then there's also plenty of streamers that don't seem to think they're doing anything wrong. They put their head in the sand and make excuses because the money's too good for them to turn down. Take Nick Merckx, for example. Nick gets pretty defensive when people question the fact that he spends 1 week out of every month spinning slots on kick.com. Oh yeah, man, sorry. Forgot a bunch of children watch my streams. Like, dude, you've spent the past 6 years streaming Fortnite and Call of Duty. If you don't think the majority of your audience is young men, I don't know what to tell you. And don't even get me started on Drake. I know a large portion of his audience is underage because those are the people he's trying to fuck. So while obviously these websites who use decentralized currency and are based out of a small island country with laughably loose gambling restrictions in order to skirt federal regulations are mostly to blame for the damage they've caused, these celebrities and streamers who've helped popularize them are very much complicit. When you build an audience online, whether you like it or not, there is a parasocial element to it. There are people in your fan base who look up to you and trust you, and every time you sell something to them, you are leveraging that parasocial relationship in order to financially benefit. And I'm not gonna act like I'm perfect. I sell merch, I have sponsors, I just did an ad read like 3 minutes ago. But my God, I feel like the bare minimum with the sponsorship is, does this product actively hurt the people that use it? Yes? Then I'm not gonna do that. I get that it can sting to turn down a lot of money, and if the numbers people have floated around are accurate, it is a stupid amount of money. But for some of these people who could already live 10 full lifetimes without ever having to worry about bills ever again, when is it enough? It's just crazy to me. It's like, thank you to everyone who supports what I do. You've given me my dream job, this life of luxury I'm so lucky to have. and in return, I give to you a crippling addiction. Sorry, I wanted to buy a house in Mexico.
We got another place because you can't do it in America. You have to go somewhere else. So we went somewhere else and we got another place.
Call me dramatic, but I'm a little concerned where this is all headed. People like to talk about iPad babies who are burning all their dopamine receptors before they even reach preschool. But what is a slot machine if not just a giant iPad? Scientifically engineered to be as mesmerizing as possible so you don't even realize what you're letting it take from you.
$1,000 in fast spins at $50 a spin. Look at that, $194,000 grand. That thing is due. Oh, well, that's $1,000.
Gambling can be addictive enough on its own even before you add in all this social pressure. The transition from casual gambler to full-blown addict can happen so gradually, a lot of people don't even realize it's happened to them until it's too late. And when everyone around you, from celebrities in commercials to all your favorite streamers, are just making it seem like it's no big deal, it's fun, everybody does it, can you truly recognize the seriousness of what you're getting yourself into? I think all we can really do for the time being is try to fight back against the normalization of gambling. So what do you say we all get together and call a timeout? What's that? They already tried that for hate.
We need to stop it.
So let's take this moment
To change the momentum.
and call a timeout.
On hate. Together. Together.
And it's not working, even though they got shot. Well, that's not good. That's kind of the only idea I had. Gambling is not new. For as long as there's been man, there's been the primal desire to bet it all on red. But what is new is the way technology has evolved to prey on these urges in the most efficient and targeted ways possible. Using AI to send push notifications at the precise moment they know they're most likely to be open. Using a constantly evolving algorithm to offer bets that are so time sensitive you have to commit to it before you even have a chance to think about it. These apps didn't invent gambling addiction. They've just made it more accessible. Combine all of that with a system in which most people aren't paid nearly enough money for the amount of work that they do and might see gambling as one of the only ways out of that situation, only to end up exacerbating the problems, and you end up with the unmitigated economic disaster we're in now. Forgive me for using the C word, but we've stumbled into this stage of capitalism where every dollar must be profited by any means necessary, and foregoing any chance to do so would simply be seen as a missed opportunity. Advertisements in between the game? Not enough. Now they're a part of the game. A mini fridge in the hotel that I can store my leftovers in? No. We should be filling every square inch of that thing with $12 Coke cans that'll automatically charge your credit card even if you're just moving one out of the way. A YouTube outro that's just a few seconds of peaceful music and no call to action? You wish, bozo. Please go listen to the song I made with my friend Sam. I wrote the guitar for it and I think it's pretty good. Thanks for watching.
Are my top 10 mistakes that slot machine players make. Number 1, the biggest mistake that slot players make is playing slot machines in the first place.
Sharpshooter eliminated.
You little snot? Okay, lock her up. Rip her out of the car. This is a joke. It's just a video. I'm not here. Entitled daughter loses it when finally told no. This one seems right up my alley. This is what I require.
On September 18th, 2022, police were called about a daughter refusing to leave her father's car.
Why isn't she getting out?
I don't know. A lot of problems in life.
Man, I'm ready for this. I see your little head poking out the door. Look, can I just say, entitled people are so fascinating to me. I'm somebody that grew up with really low self-esteem that feels like they deserve nothing. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for my existence. So entitled people are so fascinating to me because I'm like, what is that? What is this excessive confidence? That's crazy. And you're just gonna use it over the top when you, what? I love seeing it. It's like watching a dog walk on its hind legs. Me watching entitled people.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but he has the key to the car, so I'm just waiting on him to get out of the building. You're waiting
want him to what?
To get out of the building to come drive the car.
He just parked us here, so I don't know. Yeah, but you know he doesn't have to drive you.
We get bad
It's his
vibes
car. He
already.
doesn't have to take you anywhere if he doesn't want to.
I understand. Well, he already took me here, so I'm in the car. I'd like to.
No. Oh my God. It's just a video. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here. Am I triggered already? Does anyone know this behavior when somebody's like, what? Yeah, it's right there. What are you slow? Like, are you dumb? Like, what?
I'd like to, go back to my house whenever he's ready, basically. So I'm just sitting in the car.
Okay, but do you realize that if he doesn't want to take you, you have to get out because it's his car, it's his property?
I don't think so.
No, I'm letting you know that that's how that works.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be sitting here.
So, whatever he's ready. But he doesn't want to drive. You don't want to drive her home?
No, I do not.
I think he might be having some sort of early dementia or something. But he is not.
No, that man has said 20 words, but he is perfectly coherent. No, you didn't. You little snot. Okay, lock her up.
We were just gonna go to Starbucks, and then he said that he had to go, and I can't remember if he said he needed to take a package somewhere.
You're down here. I got her a couple of gift cards because she doesn't have a job.
He just got me a gift card.
Because she doesn't have a job. She do drugs?
Out of it and showed up back at the apartment. So I felt sorry for her, my mistake. Gave her more money, gave her more things to do, took her here so she could get food. Not only did she not get food, she refused to get out of the car, and now she refuses to get out of it at all. I'm sorry, Alex. I know this is crazy.
Go out and run. You said she was evicted from the apartment that she had not, so that's not where she lives anymore? I still live there.
She is in the process of eviction. I don't think they've got a final order for you.
Somebody in chat said Dad is tired. That is for sure what I'm getting from this. I feel like it has something to do with drugs because he's not giving her more money. He's giving her gift cards, so it's like he doesn't want to give her cash. She's getting evicted and he's done with something. He doesn't want to have to do this. He doesn't know what to do anymore, but I'm wondering what else happened. She was kicked out of rehab. Is that where she's getting evicted? Hold on. No. Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to shut up. Sorry.
I'm not trying to get out of the car. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but you're not trying to get out of this car. Correct. Which right now you're breaking the law because it's not your car. So you're trespassing. So I go on Ubers. Okay. With the permission of the person. He does not want you in his car. You're trespassing in his okay, so we can play this game, but you're gonna get arrested. I mean, that's literally how it's gonna be. You can just step out of the car. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I'm trying to explain something to you. You're not really willing to listen.
Yeah, she doesn't want to.
You explained it to me, but I would like to shut my door now. I'm not doing that. It's not your door. It's not your car. Okay, I'll just ignore that one.
Giving up the date. Just get out, Alex. You're making a show
His door? I'm not trying to make a show out of it. It's just it's frustrating. No, I understand.
Enabling this bad behavior. It's my fault. I enabled one more time.
Man, this is something that's such a bummer for parents to go through. Parents, siblings, close friends, family members. When somebody you love is trapped in addiction and you're a generous, kind person, you might give a lot to them and you hope that power of kindness and love is gonna help heal them. And then it shows you how ugly addiction is because they will take and take and take and then they will turn on you. And it's not them, the caliber of their soul, but addiction will just change people completely and it is really hard to watch. It's really, really, really hard to watch for those that are around the addict.
It's not your car. Once you're out, you're trespassing. You gotta get out. Well, I think there's a misunderstanding. I think something's going on with my dad because he's not acting like himself. No, he's acting pretty normal to me.
This is one of her tactics, acting like something's wrong with her.
No. You guys are right here. I'm fine. I'm not stepping out. And I feel like usually you ask people not to step out of the car.
But why won't you get out? Why don't you want to get out?
It's on principle at this point.
But you understand that you're probably going to end up going to jail then, right?
You do know that usually, if you pulled me over on a highway, we'd both have to pull over, park together.
Well, we're not doing
and
that.
I would not be allowed out of my vehicle, in fact.
You'd say, roll down the window and please present your papers to me. That's what you would say.
Her explaining to the officers how to do their job based off of whatever episode of Cops she saw is so annoying. It gives you so much insight into exactly what type of person she is. She's always right, and she refuses to accept any other reality. She's right, you're wrong, give her what she wants. Oh, this is crazy.
Okay, well, this isn't...
But your dad wants you out of the car.
This doesn't feel like a
very real situation. Like, and it doesn't feel like we're bothering anyone.
So do you want to press charges for trespassing?
I do.
That's right, Dad.
You can't just press charges like that.
Yes, you can.
Don't you guys have anything better to do today?
We actually do.
Yeah, we actually do. So get the fuck out of the car.
No! No!
Dad! This video is really strange because she's so like quiet and subtle, but it is so blood boiling. Does it get worse?
I don't want to take a ride to the jail. I would love to. I would hate that. You know what? I love riding around places. I love going on errands. I love driving. Love all of it.
This is going to be one of those situations on when you go down to the jail. People are like, what are you in for? And you say, because I wouldn't get out of the car. People are going to be like, that's a stupid reason to go to jail. I mean, really, there's really not a really good reason to go to jail, but that's really stupid.
Well, it's more stupid of you guys because it's just a lot of paperwork and a lot of trouble.
She really thinks she can get out of this.
So we're here to solve a problem. The problem is that you're in the car. To solve the problem.
I don't think there's a solution. There isn't a solution.
The solution is that you step out, either stand over here, you could sit, there's a bench.
Right here, right now, she has the opportunity to get out of this car and get maybe some kind of like written thing, some kind of verbal warning, and not have this escalate any further. This is a moment where you have to choose between whatever problem in your past made you not want to let go of things and not want to give in, or you can choose to not make things worse. There's a big fork in the road down here, and she's running at full speed down the worst path possible. This all comes from like a place of either not wanting to be wrong or not wanting to give in, or I don't know, but it's not helpful here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and stand out of the car.
No, I stepped out. It's fine. Please allow me to.
No, you're not closing the door.
No, I don't want to shut it on you. I don't want to like.
Do it.
I can promise you, you're not. Please stop touching this car because it's not your car. It's not yours either.
It's not yours.
That's okay.
All right, you're gonna go.
You are. Stop. I'm just gonna pull you out. I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna come out of the car. So do we have to make this harder? I don't want. Don't pull my arm out of its socket. Don't touch me. Don't molest me, please. Girl.
We're gonna end up having to use force.
I would like to press charges for assault.
Stop talking! You're kidding me. This is a joke. It's a prank. It's a prank. You're kidding me. Did she just tell the officers that she wants to press charges for assault to the officer? Uh-oh. What is she gonna ask for next?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
All right.
So
Doing
thanks for letting me
okay.
know that you were on. Because
Oh, okay.
so much appreciated.
Yeah.
How you doing?
You're not bad. A little tired. You know, the kids were actually one of my nieces is great. She's real chill, but the other one, the one that I sent you the picture of, Tilly, the younger one, she's kind of a handful, and she was. I didn't know this until I noticed her eating a candy bar, but apparently she packed like 3 or 4 different candy bars with her. And she was just
what kind of candy
bars? And
bars?
so, like, she was eating I think it was a Three Musketeers, like the whole thing, adult size, you know. And I'm like, holy shit, kid. So she was on a sugar. She just couldn't sit still, you know what I mean? So it was kind of like we were trying to watch a movie. I'm like, oh my god, just sit down.
Wow.
Ah! But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's close to Halloween and everything, but whatever. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that every single day. My
They must
God.
got a serious load of candy if they're still happening off of like almost a month ago.
Right? That's true. That's true. Because yeah, as kids, you tend to go through that pretty quick. It seems like. But
I mean, I remember.
I don't know where it came from, but man,
God,
it was a lot.
Well,
Yeah.
well, shit. Well, I won't keep you on. You know, too late. You play as long as you're able. I understand being tired. Me, I'm just
No, I could, yeah, go to 8 for sure.
So, man, I'm just doing the same old shit. Getting hammered, fucking games, not cleaning my apartment.
Oh,
great. Apartment's disgusting. Man. Like I just like can't
it's
bring
not
my-
that big.
I know, but my problem is I just don't. But anyway, are you maxed out, or are you do you still have to get up to the next level? I see you're at 55.
Yeah. How do I know? I mean, I'm
It'll
not sure
say
what
maxed.
I'm looking for.
It'll
Oh.
let's see.
I mean, it says 55. That's all I.
Go to are you okay? All right, okay. You see on next to the on the top right of the screen,
Okay.
where you see like there's like the select button, the boxes, the bell, and then right in between that
Yeah.
and the right stick button, there's a your level's right there, and there's like a circle around it that shows you whether or
Okay.
not you have more to do.
I see.
How far is
Okay,
that
yeah.
full or not?
No, it's about a quarter.
Okay, cool. So you
A little
got
less than a
you're
quarter
not
of the
there
way.
yet. Once you finish this though, you'll
Okay.
you'll be you're ready to go.
Okay.
Shoot, I'm well, I've obviously been a loser and just been playing all day long. My challenges have been done, so we can play whatever you're into.
Doesn't matter. I do have to get shotgun kills if I can manage to do that in a half hour and get 50. I don't know if that's possible, but I'll give it a
do you
shot.
want- do
That's
you
gonna be
want
hard.
Nuketown?
Hard one. Probably Nuketown.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
Don't mind.
Of course not. Of course not. Jesus.
No, I hate Nuketown.
Yeah, my weekend has been like infinitely uneventful, and I think this is my life now. I think I'm just gonna be bored until I'm dead. But I'm not that bored. But as long as my fingers work and my eyes work and my ears to maybe that's the last thing that needs to work. But eyes and hands, as long as I can play
Yeah.
Call of Duty,
You know, you were talking about doing some comedy and stuff. You should. I wonder if you should take like an improv class or something. That would get you out. And
it's
you know
not
what
a
I mean?
terrible idea.
You know, you
It's
could
just-
meet some people and get out once a week or whatever it is that the class would be. You know, I've kind of thought about it myself on occasion. But you're in the city, and it's like There's got to be a lot of opportunities there, you know.
It's
That'd
you know
be
what? It's honestly, it's been the election. Ever since the election happened, I've been like super in the dumps.
You're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. The election just put me in the fucking dumps, man. Still recovering.
That was you broke up there because.
Oh, I'm sorry. So ever since the election, I've been in the dumps. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, now I can. Yeah.
I just need to get over it, but I don't know if I'm going to. Like all sorts of parts of my life are completely in the shitter at the moment because of fascist America.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's hard to prepare, or just like the whole thing just being every day in the news cycle is going to be the hardest. Even for us, you know, it's like other people are going to have to deal with like real shit, like getting deported or, you know, being, you know, victim of a hate crime. We're not going to really have that going on, but we're going to have to deal with the news cycle and just his face, his ugly fucking face every day for 4 years.
We need to be extremely critical in media as possible because, like, all I remember from 2016 is how, like, their sensationalism, like, basically, like, helped Trump into office, and, like, if all they give a shit about is ratings, then, like,
yeah,
then I'm just like, I'm not gonna take what they say very fucking seriously. Especially after this whole, like, I mean, this election was a pretty big eye-opener. It's like, me, it was just kind of like, don't worry, we're gonna be cool. Kamala's gonna win it. No, dead. Didn't win it. And then when she doesn't win, she like points the finger. They point the finger at us. Like, you didn't vote hard enough or something. It's like, fuck off. I'm done with you. You guys don't know what you're doing, obviously. Like you said, trust us. You act like they know something that we don't. They don't know. They don't know shit. Like, we shouldn't discount our own thoughts and feelings compared to the media's, because at this point, I don't know if they know what the hell they're fucking talking about.
Yeah, true.
Or the Democratic Party.
I mean, think about it. They probably love when Trump's in office because, you know, every day there's a new fucking outrage. So they're like, hey, everybody, look at the outrage.
And but like, it's just so funny that their sensationalism will lead them basically to suicide, because Trump will destroy the right of the free speech, of the free press, and they will all be out of jobs. Mm-hmm. And the fact that like them getting thrown out of their jobs are entertaining. They're willing to capitalize on that entertainment instead of keep their jobs. It's insane. Capitalism is dog shit. Overrated. That like money, like trying, like willing to die because you can make money from it. It's beyond. It's as irrational as you can get.
Yeah. Like, it's not a joke anymore. It's not entertainment. It's real people are gonna die and be hurt, and it's gonna be fucking ugly, and it's so non-American that it's sickening. Like, how the hell do we celebrate Nazis?
I mean, essentially,
this is not America.
Their agenda to round up immigrants. It's just straight up like it's like not. It's like we're not just building up to it. What's going to happen though is like immigrants will be first, but since you're not an immigrant, I didn't say anything. And then they started rounding up these people, socialists. You know, maybe even like labor organizers. Once they just start like going after the left in general. But I wasn't this, so I didn't say shit. And then all of a sudden they're gonna. But at the end of the day, they're gonna go for liberals too. You're gonna throw liberals in the fucking camps. And they think they're not you. They're just. They don't know history. It's happened before. They're gonna throw everyone in the camps if you're not a fascist. It's the logical conclusion of their ideology.
Requesting recon overhead. RCXD maneuvering.
Got my little toy car. Here he goes.
Let's go.
That time it worked.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Priority task completed. UAV exiting AO.
Hardpoint is secured. Hardpoint identified.
Have you thought about what you're gonna wanna? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Please, please go ahead.
Go ahead. No. You.
I will remember.
No, I was just gonna say I never heard of this war cry upgrade thing.
Yeah, that's
I
what
just had to use because it's a challenge.
Yeah, I'm using it right now too. I think it's just I honestly don't remember what it does completely.
It's supposed to speed up people's like reaction times. Your fellow players, I guess.
Yeah. It's definitely supposed to juice
I don't know if I noticed it, but
I've been using it just because it's like I'm kind of weird on field upgrades. Sometimes I'm just kind of like. Like, the only ones I feel are super useful are like the trophy system, if you're in like objective modes.
yeah, right. That
or
one.
like or like the munitions box, but like I have scavenger on, so it's like I don't really need that. So I'm just kind of like experimenting, and like this one just see if it helps the team.
Hardpoint is active.
I feel like there's really much I need. Moment. Whatever.
So what were you gonna say? Do you remember? You said, "Have I thought about?" and then you trailed off, and then I interrupted you.
I said I was gonna remember. That was probably one of the biggest lies I've ever said.
You gotta start talking.
It's not that important. It's probably just some.
No, I want to hear what you're saying.
Oh, I appreciate
what I'm
that.
talking about is not important.
And it's well, you know what? Can't risk it.
This shit ain't over. Hardpoint identified. Enemy surface done. Hardpoint is secured. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Yeah, this is the game for the shotgun, man. This is.
Yeah. Getting the shotgun kills in.
I'm not doing super great, but yeah, I'm getting killed.
I just finished grinding the Upland Mark II.
Yeah.
My God.
I'm saying that thing is really good, huh?
It's a lot of fun. It's better than because I love Type 63 Cold War, and it is better than that. Because it's an AR, it's not like a marksman rifle. It's semi-auto, but like you can just like hit the trigger very, very quickly and get your shots off. Like it feels like it's like faster than automatic. It's really powerful. It's like just like a 3-4 shot kill. I don't know why. And I think because they're semi-auto, like recoil control is like really good. I don't know, it just works. And I haven't, like, there wasn't like a semi-auto in Vanguard or any of the Modern Warfare games that I liked more than Type 63. This one, like Goblin.
Enemy sniper stop.
It's definitely sleep. I think I unlocked it yesterday and already finished it today. I got gold on it. And I only need one more AR gold to unlock diamond for my ARs. Hey, let's go! Get him!
Stabby.
Eat shotgun, fuck. Boom!
Only had 2, right? Oh, wait for it.
Very nice. But I've got this emote now. Battle pass you.
Like the bag head.
Yeah.
Kind of very Zodiac.
That was prestige unlock or whatever. When you prestige, when you when you go up and restart everything, you there's like a new set of challenges that once you level up through, you'll unlock, and it's like skin stuff. So I unlocked this in my current prestige 3. Yeah, prestige 3. I'm like 3 levels away from maxing out.
Cool. Well, I got over half of my shotgun kills on the daily challenges on that one match, so that was a good match. Good map. Good map.
Speaking of field upgrades, it looks like domination is good. Yeah, I pretty much. I don't know. I'm. Ooh, wait. I did unlock sleeper. Okay, we're going sleeper. All these assholes. It like when I use sleeper agent, I'll like basically turn around, face the way that the enemy's gonna be facing it, until like a couple guys kind of like get in front of me.
Beginning capture.
Zone A.
And just take them out.
Taking Bravo.
And then just turn around and start blast. Oh, come on. I had that guy square in my sights. There's no way he didn't die.
Secure.
Shit. That's more like it.
We claim the advantage. Now hold it.
Hey, buddy, get out of the doorway so I can get through, man. Like, hog in the doorway.
I think the bag over the head skin is a reference to Black Ops 2, where Mason shoots someone who he thinks is like some kind of enemy. He's got a bag over their head, but it ends up being Mason. I don't know if you remember Mason. He's basically like the other, like basically, his face.
Sounds familiar.
It's one of the 2 guys. He's the one like in like your very like the original Black Ops, like who's like tied to the chair surrounded by televisions and is like, what are the numbers mean? And fun stuff. I'm still well behind on it. Never played those games, but I'm trying to get familiar. Man, you know, I don't know how like I can play multiplayer like literally for hours, running around spinning like just craziness, and like feel fine. You know, I'll try to jump into the campaign, and I finished the piano puzzle, and then I go downstairs, and the door is locked, and I just the room starts spinning.
Oh God.
I'm just like something like that. I'm like, oh, I can't get through this door. I'm gonna
think about the campaign.
Dude, I don't know what my problem is, dude. It's fucking weird, and I really hate it. Do you know how to get through that door on the Because I mean, I just can't handle these challenges. I don't know why. Whenever I'm faced with like, if I'm in a first-person game and I have to do something that's not shooting and spinning, like I'll just. And I just gotta like watch tutorials and just get through them. The missions are okay. I can play the missions fine.
Trying to remember what. So you're trying to get through a door on the first floor?
No, on the bottom floor. Like I just opened up the secret door after doing the code where they press in the it's in the order. I finished that. But then I go down the stairs, and then there's a door at the bottom, and it says door locked. I'm like, oh my god, do I have to search through this whole house for keys? Or is there
No, nothing like that. No. Have you been in a room where there's like a tape recording loop playing over and over again?
There's the room with the tape player.
There's a few rooms with tape players. This one, when you go in the room, it's like automatically playing over and over again, and you'll know it's containing clues. But maybe you haven't been in that room yet. Sounds like. Okay, so you're trying to get into.
I felt like I've been to the whole house. In fact, I haven't found something. It's me sitting here.
Take out that watchdog.
It's not that bad, but it is kind of like whenever I'm like,
it's not worth that.
Having to like look around and shit just for something. Just like, it makes me just, I don't know. It just challenges my ability to live in a virtual world.
The door thing. What could be the?
Where's the? I mean, I'll probably just finish watching Slash's video where he shows you how to do all the. Shit. Because I basically like stopped watching after I saw. I was like, oh, you can just look at the walls with the black light and whatnot.
Enemy
After that point, I'm like, oh, I can figure it out, but I'll just watch the rest of it.
Ooh.
We're losing Alpha. Taking Bravo.
Sniper frame neutralized.
Securing Charlie.
See.
There's a guy just sitting, or one of the enemies is in the truck just sitting there.
Yeah, super. Let's see if I can.
Securing B.
Damn it. get up.
It's not such a flanky spanky. No one's back here on C.
Got it? Oh. Watch your back.
I was on it. Yeah, a little late. Spawning right behind me. Yeah.
What happened? They're sitting over there getting us on the spawn. I just took a couple of them off the roof.
Bravo underway.
Now my trophy system. The fact that my loop raging perk failed so miserably so quick.
Damn it, fuck. I cannot get a Warcry kill to save my life. Just throw those things down and I always die. Gotta get 5, I got 1.
So you gotta get kills with the Warcry.
While it's active, yeah. Right. I thought that helping the enemy, helping your teammates.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
Enough, but that's not it.
When I first use it, the challenge usually is just like rally X amount of teammates. With this perk
that's what I thought it should be. Yeah.
So that sucks.
Enemy spring mine.
Come on.
Frag out.
Net call. Enemy watch go inbound. Securing B.
Wash my ass.
Tactics aren't working. Find another way. B secured.
Take out that watchdog Elo. Watchdog Elo in my sights.
Hey, you got number 1.
We are fucking fucked. Escape and evade.
Yeah. Valiant effort.
There you go. Almost 2 victims. Too bad. I wonder what the thumbs up and thumbs down. It's so goofy.
That shirt that operator's wearing kind of looks like a somewhat good reminiscent of Sabbath. It's got a Sabbathy.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I can be honest, that skin's kind of hot.
Yeah, I equipped it.
Hell yes.
It's did I finish my challenge? 50 kills. I got nowhere close with the Far Cry field year upgrade, but that's alright.
I got time for have we still got like
alright, let's yeah. Well,
how many more how many shotgun kills did you have to get?
Fuck. I had to get 50, so that's done, but I still gotta do the
What do you gotta do still?
Seeming like it's happening. What's that?
What do you have to still do?
Warcry kills.
Oh, the Warcry kills. Got it.
You know what? I'm gonna change my gun and put the Warcry on a different gun that's a little faster.
Secure Charlie.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I literally spawned and died. Holy shit.
You did too.
Yeah. Someone pulled a fast one on us.
Drop the enemy's long gun.
Yeah.
Threw the perfect nade right when they spawned.
I'm on the open.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Shit, I could have done the same to them. They were where I spawned. They were all coming around the other side there.
Losing B. I'm taking the objective.
God, I should go back to shotgun. I was kind of doing good with that. Going back to shotgun. In that zone.
Securing B. Someone owes me a fiver. Bravo is ours. Train authorizing UAV mission. Fuck.
By the shield.
He dead.
And bro.
Securing zone A. Get me eyes in the sky.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Taking A.
Tally, mine.
Neutralized.
Bang out.
TACOM, we're flying on fumes. UAV returning to tank.
Oh, come on. I gotta get some kills. I got that stuff. Right. It.
Take it Alpha.
Oh, no.
Spawn. Shit. Oh my god, what was that?
TACOM, get a UAV in the
Oh,
air.
there's a sniper up in the window. Oof. Window closest to A.
Operating RTXD. Losing B.
Deploy napalm strike on my grid.
Losing Bravo.
Oh, are we? Not my watch.
Tossing frag. Tango deleted.
Right now I'm going to Big C. I think that this is a new weapon, battle pass weapon. Pretty good. Average AR. it's serving me well.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Losing B. Sentry turret deployed.
Enemy planting mine.
Enemy sergeant shot. Shithead. TACOM, requesting recon overhead. Sweet dream.
Shit. Damn it, dude. I almost get really. I've got like the top, most expensive streak from my top one. And I've gotten so close to getting it like a couple times. I just
Thanks for the win.
I think it's called Red Non or something.
TACOM, launch a UAV.
One less hostile. Contact front.
Agronaldo
We're kicking shit out of them.
Yeah, it was close and we pulled away. This is nice.
Taking A.
Boy car coming out.
Hostile neurogas.
Oh,
Agronaldo calling in UAV.
Hostile CIA. Revenge is enough, bastard.
Just got a quad kill.
nice.
Shout down. Get me eyes in the sky. Losing Bravo.
I think I just got a quad.
Are we top two?
Losing B.
Close enough.
No, I'm down.
Check.
I'm down.
Operating RCXD.
Priority tasking requested. UAV exiting AO.
Where the fuck did we go? Oh my god, I didn't know you do that. You do that.
Losing B.
Didn't realize you could scale the lattice work on the side and get.
Bravo lost.
What, up on,
Oh shit.
at the front of the buildings?
Yeah.
They
I
crawled
saw
to the
some
second
guy
floor?
crawl. Yeah.
Target location.
And I was like, wait, where'd he go? And I'm like, it took a little bit,
You
but
can
I
just
got
grab
up
it
there.
from the, well, there's, okay, there's,
Yeah, that's how we did it, yeah. And, get to the second floor.
oh, we can't let these assholes come back.
Now's our chance.
Shouldn't be hard.
Taking objective.
Oh! There, someone's sitting by the fence behind me.
Securing out.
Very strategic. Oh,
All mission objectives. Way to be proud. Result. We fucking wrapped it.
close.
Alright, you were first, I crawled up. There you are.
Let's go. I think this is that, yeah, this is that black door I think I got. Yeah, oh, Jesus.
Ding, 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 ding. It's like a jackpot.
Oh, yeah.
Slots are rolling. Ding, 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 ding. Awards are falling from the sky. Nice.
Oh, you got number 3. Let's go. This is my favorite. Oh, you're doing the sit. Love it. Classic.
I need a break.
Good game.
Game, good. We'll end on that note. This is
Good
good.
ones. Hey. Great evening.
All right.
What's tomorrow? Oh, dude, this is gonna be a short week. You have Thanksgiving plans?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna tell you. I forgot. So actually, I got a fun thing. I got a colonoscopy on Tuesday. Woo!
Cool.
So then, yeah, it's not my first rodeo, but I have to tomorrow. No solid food all day, which it's hell. And then you got to take the fucking solution, and then you're shitting all night. It's gonna be a terrible day. So
can you get drunk beforehand?
God, I wish, dude. I wish. Oh man, it's horrible. Yeah, it's gonna be a bad day tomorrow. Bad day tomorrow.
You said on Tuesday,
I'm not gonna
right?
be on. There's no way.
Okay, no worries.
Well, Tuesday is the day I go in real early.
Okay, so
I
tomorrow
gotta be there
night's
like
gonna be
6:30 in the morning.
Gotcha.
Yeah, tomorrow night's gonna be shitville, literally shitville. So, yeah, I will not be on tomorrow night.
No problem. Well,
and then, but Tuesday after the procedure, Tuesday by the evening, everything's fine. You can eat normal and shit. So Tuesday night, I could be on.
Well,
Thanksgiving, my brother's hosting. But...
Well, that's cool. Super fun. Well, best of luck. With peace and love. I hope it goes by quickly, painlessly.
Yeah, I know.
And uneventfully.
I'm gonna be sleeping right next to the toilet, so that's where I'll be.
Christ.
Joy to the world.
All right, well,
all right.
Get some rest. Best of luck.
Talk to you soon. Talk to you Tuesday.
Excellent. All right. Have a great night.
All right. Catch you later.
Next, she's gonna ask for a superior. She's going to ask for their superior.
I just was assaulted. Battery.
So
I want to press charges for battery. I want to press charges.
It's a lawful.
I would like to press charges.
You don't get to.
I'm being held against my will. Is she on drugs?
Great, get out of the car.
No, I'm being held against my will. Please leave.
No.
What?
So these are the options. You can get out of the car. You can leave on your own accord. You can walk away, or you're going to end up going with us.
Get a judge or something. I don't know what else to tell you.
When I said that she was gonna ask for a superior, I thought she meant like chief of police, like the sheriff or something. Not a fucking judge. She really
Get a judge and a jury and take me to trial. Like, I don't really understand.
And a jury.
Sheriff Grady, we've got a situation on our hands. She asked for the judge, I know. Yeah, we really didn't do our job correctly here, and I mean, she's absolutely in the right, so can you go ahead and assemble the judge and the jury?
Mail me some papers. I mean, I don't know. Like, whatever the charges are, like, let me know. Are you going to give me a ticket? Why don't you just give me a ticket?
Give me a ticket so that I can leave right now, make my dad drive us away, and then I'm gonna bully my dad into paying the ticket. She just got evicted. She ran away from rehab. She doesn't give a fuck about a ticket. She's never gonna pay that. There's no consequences for that to her. So she's like, yeah, a ticket. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that so I can not be held accountable for anything and just act like that didn't happen?
Or a verbal warning? Be like, hey, please don't sit in people's cars again if they don't want you in them.
So that we've tried that. We're trying to get you out.
No, you didn't. But anyway, my dad is obviously like demented and he's got like an issue that I can't diagnose, right?
The way she's staring at him while she makes that shit up is so messed up. Okay, in the beginning of this, I was like, like being an addict, it's really hard. It can change people. No, even if she wasn't an addict, she would be such a fucking bitch. That was so messed up. The way that she tried to look at him and intimidate him while she was just saying, something's wrong with you. You must be demented. Like, da-da-da-da-da. Like, that's how she gets away with her bad behavior, by turning on other people and berating them, by making them feel stupid, making them feel wrong, making them feel old, making them feel like they're out of it, and then she just exhausts them and then walks away from it feeling victorious. This chick needs to get checked so fucking hard. Honestly, rip her out of the car. I'm here for it.
I don't know what to do because he's getting older. Yes, in fact, we live in the same building. I am his caretaker. So
you're crazy.
Yes, I am.
You're a bad person and crazy.
Eliminated. I get the last word.
I take care of him. I take care of him.
Stop the enemy,
yes, I do. I work a lot. I do things. It doesn't matter. What do you do?
She sounds like somebody that doesn't have a job but wants to win an argument. I do a lot. I do things. So what do you do?
You sound a lot like my brother used to sound before he burned my mom's house down.
What do you do? You just like police stuff? What is that? Like, what is policing?
That is literally my job. I'm a supervisor. But here's the issue. Your father's wanting you out of the car. He's willing to push triggers. Therefore, you're going to end up going with us because you're refusing to get out of the car. I literally cannot be nicer to you.
It's like, what if you're in the doorway at my house and like you were holding it?
Different scenario, different rules, different times, different things. Okay? This isn't your car.
Is that your street?
It's part of the city.
Is that your pavement?
It's the city's.
Or is just that your stone?
It's the city's.
Okay,
So,
the city. Okay, and the brick. Who runs the city? Who owns the pavement? I want to talk to whoever owns the road.
I did not know where that was going. I was like, what is she gonna smoke it? Like, I didn't know where it's going. Call the roadman owner right now.
Talk to the bank that rents out that pavement. I don't know what to tell you.
Bank that rents out the pavement?
But it'd be really cool if you just let me shut the door. I'm not a dog dying in a hot car, okay?
One thing that I've learned from watching a little bit of body cam footage is that police officers reach this point of no return, where they give entitled people like this a few opportunities to stop their bad behavior now, roll back time, don't do this to yourself. But they hit this point, it's like this little sweet spot where like, they don't really say anything, but you just know at this point that the person's getting charged. Now they're just figuring out how to move forward. Like, but everyone's mind is already made up. Like, you're not getting away with this behavior, you have to be checked. And I think we're about there. Like, even if she were to get out of the car right now, something still is happening that's not good.
What is your name?
Why do you need to know that?
The intake form?
I'm again going to politely ask you to get out of the car.
I would tell you my name if I wanted to.
Things are going to go not your way.
Yeah,
I don't have
the point of no return has already been reached.
Go down that way. Yeah, but they're going to get worse. They're going to get worse. Because what's going to end up happening is you're going to get forcefully taken out of the car. And I don't want you to do that. Because I don't want us to get hurt, and I don't want you to get hurt. So I really would like you to get out of the car so that we don't have to force you to get out of the car. Or that force doesn't have to be used.
We've taken control.
Defiance.
That's your choice?
Defiance.
So you understand the risk that you're taking with this, right?
Is she a Game of Thrones character? I just had an imagery of like Cersei being like, defiance. Dude, what? I'm both perplexed and infuriated.
Target's eliminated.
Oh, you tired?
Come on, you're losing this fight.
You're touching me. What are you doing?
Hands behind your back.
No.
Under arrest.
No. I'm not under arrest. I'm under cardiac arrest, if anything.
Oh, no, it's not.
You want to get out of this alive?
No, you're not going to.
Brady, we've got a serious problem. We took her out of the car and we put her in handcuffs, and she said she wasn't under arrest. All right, we'll let her go.
I wish we didn't have to.
Stop.
We tried to work it out with you.
Stop. Stop policing me.
The calmness voice in her voice when she's being completely unreasonable is so irritating. I think this video is a really good example of no matter how calm, cool, and collected somebody sounds, they could still be wrong. Sometimes when I get the most emotional, it's probably because I'm right, but I don't know how to express it. But this chick wants to be so in control of everything. Like, that's where this, no, stop. What are you doing? Like, I can't even imitate it, man. It kind of creeps me out.
I'm not resisting. You're molesting me. You're sexually assaulting me.
Stop.
You are sexually assaulting me.
Wow.
No.
What a-
Yes, she
No, she's
is.
not.
Dad, help me.
I am not helping you.
Please help me. Please help me.
Stop.
Get off me.
Stop.
Get off me.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
Now she gonna get upset.
Now you're getting a felony.
You have violated the
Get
law.
off me. Stop touching me.
Stop.
Stop touching me.
Stop resisting.
Oh my God, she's such a brat.
Can you please pick up your knife and sit in the car? I don't want to have to help you.
Is it just me, or have they given this girl so many opportunities? Even then, they get her in the car, and the officer says, please put your leg in the car, otherwise I'm gonna have to push you into the car. Leg doesn't go in. Okay, we're not gonna go round 2 or 3 on this one.
Get off me! Stop touching me!
Close the door.
I can't listen.
I'm sorry. She may be under the influence. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
Pick you two?
Yes.
All right. So you're on 2 charges of resisting and listen, if you try to hurt us again, you're gonna either end up getting tased.
Me hurt you? You guys were hurting me.
Okay. But you
guys actually assaulted me.
You kicked both of them.
You grabbed me and then she touched my breast for no reason.
What?
So I don't really know. So you touched me inappropriately as well on my skin. You know that you don't need to contact me like that. I was in handcuffs already.
Too many opportunities.
My hands were behind my back. You know, you shouldn't have searched me like that. I should have
This
searched.
girl had more opportunities in this one interaction than most of us had as children. Way too many opportunities.
And you're embarrassing me in public.
Open the door.
You're actually it's libel. It's a lot of libel.
Listen, you're embarrassing yourself. We're going to open the door. Okay. You're going to get put back in handcuffs. If you fight us.
Do you have like liability policy? Like, do you guys have like some sort of like commercial health insurance?
Do not fight us, okay?
I used to scare them. I want them. I don't like. You're touching me, Dad. Stop it. Open the door for me. Stop touching me.
Somebody in chat said she thinks she's so smart. She really does. She's been able to get away with this behavior for so long that she thinks she's smart. But the reality is she's not smart. She's not a master manipulator. She's a master exhauster. I've met people like this before where they throw every insult, every tool in the book. You know how I've talked about the narcissistic tornado, where they try every single tool they can and throw it at you until you get tired. And let me tell you guys, I wake up every day exhausted, scraping by, trying to find the will to live. So if you catch me on a bad day with one of these people, I'll give up immediately. I'll surrender right away. I am a surrenderer, okay? So when these type of people meet a surrenderer like me, they get into thinking that they're real smart, but the reality is I'm tired, bitch, and I don't have time for this. I'm tired just listening to her. I think I'm getting more fortified though. Like, what is this, exposure therapy?
You're under arrest. No. If you resist,
I'm resisting.
I'm resisting.
Stop. Putting up battery on LDO.
On a Leo?
Yeah.
On a
law enforcement officer.
On a Leo? What? No. Get off me. I don't want to be handcuffed. I don't want to be tied down. Stop it.
Nobody doesn't want that.
You're constricting me. I can't breathe. You're constricting me. You're not doing anything. You're hurting me. You are physically hurting me right now. My chest hurts, my head hurts, my hands hurt, my wrist hurts. And my shoulder blades, and my shoulders, and my back.
Oh, my neck! My back! I want 150,000!
Which is where all my organs are, by the way, so thank you. You're not cooperating. You are not cooperative. We are not a co-op. We are not a co-op. We are not a corporation. corporation. We are not a co-op.
Is she on drugs right now? What is she on?
We are not a corporation. We are not a co-op. You're not a cop. You're a robber. You're abducting me. Ow, you're hurting me. You don't. No, stop doing it. Just sit down. None of this will work. Sorry. Alright, I'll keep talking.
Bite you, by the way.
I know. She's trying to
Dude, I love how this guy walked around the other side so slowly. I didn't even know what he was about to do, and he just grabbed her hood and pulled it back, and she's like, "You fucking pervert!" Like, okay.
Let me out!
Not happening, so.
Open the door! Can I go?
She said, "I got other stuff to do."
I'm gonna have a seizure. I just turned the AC up for you. You gotta give it a second. I just turned off the AC. You'll be able to get some air in a couple seconds, okay?
She has so much.
I don't know what that means. Take me to the hospital. Take me to the ER. Take me for medical clearance. You'll get medical clearance at the jail. No, they don't medically clear you. They do. No, they don't. Absolutely. No, they do not. They do an intake form. That's not the same. I need a physical exam. Who's the elected person in this jurisdiction? Who owns the stone? Turn the car around.
Reverse. I'm sorry. The reverse was so pitiful. It was so pitiful. Under perjury of law, I'm required to play it again.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know why I was hoping if I closed my eyes for long enough, like I would wake up and that wouldn't have happened. But it really did.
Last trap identified. Scout pulse is online. You're done.
Pal, that'd be pretty funny. Or Rudy.
Here we go. I'm thinking about
here it is.
And I'm thinking of the idea that a rapist could force her to do something that
spiraling.
No, I'm not
spiraling. You're spiraling.
You're not even stopping talking. You just not even stopping talking.
We're gonna say something. You're gonna talk, or you're gonna keep just talking about nonsense
in front of all of you.
Are you gonna wait for your prop? Your prop?
That's crazy. This is just what the did this turn into, man? I did not expect this to go this way. Holy moly, this is completely bricked. We're gonna start out with Pimpool getting absolutely shellacked by Uncle Sam.
But I'm quite sure you said if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty.
Now,
right now,
what words are you missing from that sentence? Because it sounds like you just heard a clip.
No. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, well then.
And then at one point afterwards,
okay, so let's pause.
Yeah, you said if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty, and you have been caught committing treason. Have you reconsidered your stance on capital punishment?
Is it currently codified in law that if you commit treason, you are out? The penalty is death.
What do you mean by codified?
Like, is U.S. law states that the penalty for treason is death?
Not necessarily, but it is one.
Right, the penalty for treason is death.
What is the penalty for murder?
It varies.
Right, it can be the death penalty.
Exactly.
So it's the exact same dynamic as treason.
Yes. Oh. So if we're talking about, in that context, people levying...
Tim Pool, why are you talking about leniency in sentencing with a man who has consistently gone to the tort conference for the past decade for fun? Are you insane? You're talking to a man who lives and dies by the tort. That is what he does for fun. Like, this is not a normal person. He reads Social Security reports for fun on his off time. This is what he does for fun. It makes no sense to me, okay? I at least watch anime in the off season where I'm not like covering the news or reading the news. Like, at least I have like some fun things that I do. Sam Cedar's idea of fun is homework.
Right, and so the context of that conversation is one, I don't agree with the death penalty. And in no circumstances,
You did say the words. If you committed treason, you should should get the death penalty.
Okay, so once again, do you not?
Would you agree if someone commits murder that they should get the death penalty?
No.
I agree with that.
Right. But
you did say if they commit treason, they should get the death penalty.
So if we're talking about the penalty for levying war against a country, whether you wanted to or not, if a judge sentences someone to death, should they get the death penalty?
If a judge, I don't think people should get the death penalty under any circumstance.
If someone is shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone's shooting at another person, should they be shot at?
Yeah, if someone is committing an act of violence, actively, is it within the legal rights of a person to return with lethal?
I like that Tim posed like a legal process in which there's an entire investigation conducted, a prosecution occurs, and you go to the civil, or you go to the criminal court structure, and then the punishment dished out to you is death. Is the same as like in the moment shooting someone in self-defense. Like we are not on the same planet. If you think that this is equivalent, you are talking about an entirely different scenario, brother. What the f are you talking about?
Just for the sake of clarity, because in the show we're talking about, we're not talking about specifics of someone may or may not be wrongly charged. If you're asking me why I would say something like should be, it's rooted in this: treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses of the same overt act or confession in open court. So the issue at hand was when
I like that they left the empty chair on there. Like they didn't shut down that camera. What's happening here? I mean, that's like a production note, but like, what are we doing here? Like, come on, you're like a multi-million-dollar operator. You got like millions of dollars from the Russian government.
When we were talking, and I said, I don't think any of these people committed treason. I don't think anything they've done is worthy of death. I don't agree with the death penalty. The return is, but what if they're levying war against us? And then someone decides their life should be forfeit.
I watched that video, and in fact, I remember that.
Hey, Hassan, I don't know just anything about Sam. Did he have a history in debates, or is he just that guy with the knowledge of both? He loves debating. He's very good at debating, and also on top of that, he is very knowledgeable. This is Sam. Sam loves doing this stuff. Like he truly enjoys this. I think a lot more than I do in terms of like talking to silly people and like unwinding them step by step.
Tim says he doesn't agree with the death penalty. That's fine. And then they played more where you say if you've committed treason, you should get the death penalty. I mean, and then the interesting thing. Then I watched. Hold on. Let me finish. And
do you want to do a drama circle jerk, or do you want to actually talk about the ideas of the death penalty?
He's already getting mad. It's like, dude, we're 10 minutes in. Why are you mad at me?
Why you have to be mad?
What should or should not happen?
No, I think that I personally am against the death penalty. I think you are maybe against the death penalty.
I'm 100% against it.
What I found fascinating, it was as if you watch that video as it goes further along, maybe you can release it. I don't know if it's behind a paywall or what. I watched it somewhere, so I know it exists. Maybe it was on Rumble. And if you go along, it's almost like you catch yourself and you realize, like, wait a second, I'm against the death penalty. So, no, if you shouldn't get capital punishment. And that's one of the things that I think, like, in terms of, like, that I have always found fascinating about you. And that there's a great video by Timber Toast on how you vacillate between different political ideas as a way of, like, maintaining a certain brand.
What is it?
Well, I don't know, not exactly sure what you think the brand is, but
here's the challenge. You know, if I post a joke on X that is like over the top. For instance, I tweeted Kamala Harris is like Hitler and Stalin times 200, and she's gonna start 800 wars. That was actually written about in various liberal outlets as if it was a fact statement. And so I'm sitting here being like, can they not tell? Well, there's post law. I get it. Sometimes they don't. But the issue at hand right now is just semantics. So instead of saying like, well, you stood,
we're in the communication business. Like our words are important. Now, listen,
I'm about to pull out it was a joke defense. Very ineffective, I think.
Personally understand people misinterpreting
I will just say this for the sake of clarity. Right now, regardless of my opinions on law, should the law be that someone will receive the death penalty, then they should receive it. I oppose it.
That doesn't necessarily, the treason, the punishment for treason is not necessarily the death penalty, but what it is with murder. it.
Right, so let's just try.
Why would you ever say if you're
So
against
this
death
is, once
penalty?
again, misconception I'm trying to get past, so let me explain.
Okay.
In the circumstance where someone has committed a death-worthy trespass, I oppose the death penalty. I would advocate against it. We recently had a big case where there were two instances where people were to death. One guy, the family even said it shouldn't happen. They cut a deal with the prosecutor, it still happened. And that was, I believe it was, who was that? That was in Missouri. And a lot of people watching my show were quite outraged that a family would say no. But the issue at hand is, I don't assert myself over the rest of the country in law, which means if the mechanism of the courts is as such, that's what should happen. I will fight against it. That's the semantic misunderstanding.
Oh, all right.
Just put it like this.
Because you were so offended. I mean, the reason why I thought I was here was because you were so offended that I said you were against the death penalty.
You said I was for it.
And I got confused when you said someone should get the death penalty.
The mechanism of the law that I oppose.
Well, you never said those words.
But that was the whole conversation.
No, actually it wasn't.
It really was.
We can play it.
But I mean, look, how about we just, instead of going back and forth and saying it was this show where these things said,
I don't think he understands what opposing a law means. Like, you can't say you oppose the death penalty, but if that's currently the law, then you're on board with it. Like, then it should happen. That means you're not in opposition to the death penalty. I oppose capital punishment, which is why I will always say I oppose capital punishment. I'll even offer coverage to instances where capital punishment is occurring, like specifically the case in Missouri or the one in Texas where like people with a lot of evidence as to their innocence are still executed by the state. Like that is what opposition to the death penalty or opposition to capital punishment looks like. Even if someone is guilty, I still oppose capital punishment for the record. Like regardless of whether there's enough information, enough evidence readily available of their innocence, I genuinely oppose the death penalty in general. I don't think it's appropriate.
We lay it on the table, there it is.
Okay.
The death penalty should be opposed.
We agree on that.
Government is a failed arbiter of who should live or die. This mechanism doesn't work at an institutional level.
I don't know that anybody is.
It makes it seem like he's opposing the death penalty now, specifically for treason, because he may or may not have, accidentally committed treason in terms of being directly financed and being directly financed by a foreign adversary government.
Let me ask you this, since you bring up Russia.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing?
No.